I'm gonna have to ask the question. And if the answer's no, then the penalty's death. I may very well have to put a bullet in the back of my dad's head. Their views are this: society is gonna collapse on its own or from man-made events, and they wanna speed up the collapse of society. And they wanna do it through guerrilla warfare tactics. We take out a power grid. We take out a water system by poisoning it. Kill lefties, you kill non-whites, burn their businesses, slash their tires, anything to create chaos, to start the downfall of society. So at that point, I'd gained enough trust to be brought in to the murder plot. You're talking about using a revolver so no brass is ejected. We're gonna leave all of our electronics at a campsite. We're gonna go to a pay-by-the-hour motel. We're gonna scrub ourselves, make sure there's no dead skin that could come off. The eventual plan was 4 of us were gonna enter. 1 was gonna stand guard at the front bay window while me and the other one murder everybody. It didn't matter if there were kids or animals, they didn't care. And then we're gonna set the house on fire and burn it to the ground.
The FBI believes the men who both had military training had the means to carry out the plot, discovering 1,500 rounds of ammunition, firearms, and tactical gear.
Derail some rail lines. You can kick off the economic collapse of the U.S. within a week.
The time for violent revolution is now.
When I went back to the office to run the FBI's training, I told everybody, I just spent 3 days with this violent white supremacy group and a 19-year-old led carbine training, and it was good. They could get the drop on a lot of average Joes.
Yeah, that's a good segue into the active shooter stuff. So we were talking about downstairs. Well, I guess we're rolling now. We were talking about some of the active shooter instructor stuff that you do with Alert. And like, again, man, unfortunately, this stuff is happening more and more regularly, and people think that it's never going to happen to them. They're in a small town, and it does. Yep. But so, what do you recommend to people? I guess a couple different scenarios, maybe like an adult in a public place, mall, grocery store. What do you recommend for them in terms of how to protect themselves against an active shooter? And then we'll get into like a kid in a school.
So one of the main things we teach, and again, Alert kind of, or FBI married Alert, however you want to look at it, in 2013. And there is a course called Civilian Response to Active Shooter Events. So it's for civilians. Well before we got together with them, I can say we on both sides now, because now I'm just Alert. The Department of Justice picked run, hide, fight, right? And because they had to pick something, and that was the whole run, hide, fight, run, hide, fight. Well, through Alert, they did avoid, deny, defend. And the way I look at it is, if you say avoid and run, it's kind of the same, right? If you say fight and you say defend, that's kind of the same. But when you tell the average person on the street, hide, what do? They hide. They put, like an ostrich, they put their head in the sand to get under a desk. And we're saying deny. When deny doesn't mean hide out of, it means shutting that door, locking it, holding it, because a lot of times your active shooters they're there on a time frame. And I think the studies will show that as long as it's not like a disgruntled spouse or employee who's specifically looking for one person to take out, if it's just an active shooter, generally speaking, a locked door, they'll just go bypass it, because they know they're on a time frame. But the big things is just look at that avoid, deny, defend model. And it's on YouTube now, and you can read it and watch it. They did a really good video with Walmart in Texas, doing a whole little filming thing of like the active shooter event, breaking it down and what you should do. But the main thing you should do is get out. If it's a window, get out. But if the threat is getting close to you, then you need to deny that threat, which might mean barricading that door. If you look at the Virginia Tech University shooting, there's a great schematic. They break it down and look at each room, how many people died, how many people were injured, compared to how much resistance they gave. And when you get to the room to where they actually wedged the door, nobody got even hurt. So there's the deny. And then if that threat leaves, if you can, get out. But if the threat comes in, now you got to defend yourself. And there's we cover a couple of things, but like structural damage, throat, eyes, ears, and there's a swarming technique. You can kind of do 3 people take a body down. And if you do it right, it doesn't really matter how big you are. I mean, you can be 7 foot, 500 pounds. Somebody, it's kind of like the old schoolyard. One person grabs the legs, doesn't let go. The other two pull them down. You start dividing and conquering the body through some pressure points and stuff like that. But that's the main thing, to get out, know your exits, and have a plan. Have a plan. And that's not me saying, it's the way my brain works. I don't want anybody walking around in fear all day long on eggshells, scared to come out of their house. So maybe you can get some reps and it doesn't bother you, but get your mind, and that kind of, it's sad you got to do it, but just have your mind kind of like, hey, I got a family plan. If here's our magic word. If daddy says this, I want y'all getting out of here. You go to the nearest exit and get out, kind of thing. That's for me, being 28 years of law enforcement and semi-retired now. So if I say I got a family, if I say that to my family, they need to get out, because I might be getting ready to get in a shootout or something.
And what about just being situationally aware, like not walking around looking down at your phone?
Absolutely. Yeah. Man, phones. I think America has ADD. I think the world has ADD. Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like, that's why I shut the phone off, because even if it vibrated, I'd be like, what was that? I need to answer it. It could be something important. It's like, Scott, you retired. What is it? I don't know. It could be something Brad breaking right now. Situational awareness is huge. Kids, you're going to have to go with your school plan. And a lot of times that avoid doesn't work, because a lot of your schools have lockdowns now. They'll lock it down, but they've got great lock and make. They don't even have to barricade the door. They've got all kinds of aftermarket things you can add to doors. I mean, just like bars going into the ground, that'll make that door pretty dadgum sturdy. And then you can kind of get off to the side. But even then, I would still be looking at a way out, whether that's the windows on the back side of the school. You go back to Columbine and you look, and we break that down when we're teaching it, and you look at how many exit routes there were out of that library, but because of lack of training and fear, and nobody knew, and I'm not blaming anybody, like the librarian that was there that day, do you think she woke up that day in 1999 thinking, what would I do? Because her commands were, get under the table. Everybody get under the table. Well, what's that a drill for? That's a weather event. That's not an active shooter event. And it's sad, but a lot of times, sometimes a catastrophe, something very bad has to happen for the pendulum to swing and get people thinking outside the box, or seeing, hey, we need to change.
So do you recommend the average civilian carry a pistol to protect themselves as well? Or?
That's a good one. I took an oath to uphold the entire Constitution, right? So yes, I'm pro Second Amendment too. But I mean, I'm in Tennessee. I was in Texas before that. You can pretty much bet if you're at church, probably 90% is carrying,
Good.
But here's the thing. You start looking at it from a law enforcement standpoint, or just training. And these are just things you need to ask yourself. Because I'll be doing the civilian response to active shooter events, and now maybe somebody there pro Second Amendment, they won't let me carry my gun in the building here. And I go, well, that's cool. I don't know why I went country on that, because I'm probably a country guy. I'll tell you right now. And I'm like, well, I don't know the rules, and this is your business. I said, but let me ask you something. How often do you go practice? All right, do you? Okay, all right. Are you a pretty good shot? Okay. Do you ever do time constraints? No, really. Does that paper ever move, or does it just stand still? I said, so then I start talking about stress inoculation, and that's huge in what we do. And what I did for 28 years, I went through it. I mean, we still go through it because it's a perishable skill. But I mean, push-ups, running down, striking the dummy, body or air squats, and then sit-ups, strikes, threat. Now you got to turn, and we're yelling a color and a shape. You got to find them and put the bullets on the right, 2 on this one and 1 on this one. So it gets you target recognition, getting your heart rate up. So stress inoculation, for the listeners or viewers that don't know, that's we're putting you and your body in that oh crap moment of what you're going to be, most likely, sometimes exactly what you're going to be feeling in that event. And we train that way so it becomes instinctive. So, because how many videos can I show you of officers or military in shootouts? They have no idea how many rounds they shot. They have no idea that they took effective cover while they did a magazine exchange, but they did it because even though their mind's going that lizard brain, that fight or flight or freeze, they've done it and it's instinctive, and they do that. So I'll point that out. And then I'll take one from my buddy. We were just kind of BSing over dinner or something one time, And it's like, okay, let's just say everybody in the church is armed and an active shooter comes in. Everybody stands up and pulls out their gun. What are you looking for? You're looking for a person with a gun. Well, we've all got guns. And do you have a police sash you can throw on? Do you have a badge you can come up and oscillate in the air and do a halo effect so they can see it? Because if you don't, especially when the cavalry arrives, because I think it's still the average response time for most of the studies. I don't know if they've updated it in the last year or so with alert, but the average response time is 3 minutes and under for law enforcement to get to an active shooter event. So that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad you said just train because, I think people have the idea that like people that carry guns have the idea that they will kind of rise to the occasion, like if somebody comes in here, like I'm going to drill them in 40 yards. And like, I think you fall back to, yeah. Like, just because you can get A-zone hits at 25 yards on a static paper target in an air conditioned range doesn't mean that, when a an AR-15 starts booming indoors, like, dude. Yeah. So I'm glad you said train and just get the heart rate up. And
when you said that, it reminded me of one. We were putting on training. It was a street survival school the FBI used to run. We had a lot of obstacle courses and stuff like that. Alert has one that's, I'll say, is even better. It's called SWORD, S-O-R-D. That's very physical out on the live range. But I was watching this one guy, and I'm not making fun of him. I'm not trying to anyway, but I'm pointing out, I'm going to tell the story because I'm pointing out exactly what you just said. They feel like they're going to rise to the occasion when it happens. So there was a guy and he was a uniformed cop and we're in our 10, 15 minute break and he's over there smoking his cigarette. And I don't care if you smoke or not. I got a buddy, he can run, I don't know, a marathon, still smokes, but most people can't. So he's smoking. He's like, the other day I was at Burger King. He said, I was behind this woman. He said, she dropped something, dropped her purse or something. He said, I got down on my knee to hand it to her. He said, man, you know what? I've done got so fat, I had to get help to get up. Couldn't get up off the floor by himself with his duty belt and everything on. And he's still smoking, and I'm just standing over there getting a sip of Gatorade or whatever behind him. He didn't know I'm back. He goes, but it's amazing how it all comes back to you when the ass hits the fan. And I was sitting there going, mm-hmm. So next drill, we changed. I said, let's change the drill. Let's do this. I got him doing push-ups, jumping jacks, whatever. It wasn't even that much, bro. And he runs like 10, 15 yards and he's like more push-ups and he's like, and he gets up to shoot, guns everywhere off the target. And I come up and I tap him on the shoulder and I lean into his ear and I go, so did it come back or not? I'm like, it's amazing how I can know it doesn't come back. It's a perishable skill, buddy. And if you get older, it just keeps perishing. You better, that commercial of body in motion stays in motion. I 100% believe that.
Oh, it's funny. That guy was an active duty law enforcement officer.
Yeah. Well, it happens though. When budget cuts start happening, in my experience, of all the different agencies I've worked with or the trainings that I've been privy to do across the United States, first thing to get cut is the training budget. So then something bad happens. So, 99% of I think it's 99, it might be 100, but your sheriff's offices and police departments across the nation are only required to qualify once a year. Bullets cost money, and then when do you get the training? Or like, say you're NYPD. How do you get all of those? That's the largest police department in the country. How do you get all them through the training? So, and then they got the NYPD, whatever, 14-pound trigger pull, whatever the heck it is.
What's that?
They're Glocks.
14 pounds?
It's something high. In other words,
stock is like 5 pounds, right?
Okay, so let's just say they're around 10.
Don't quote me on that, but something like that.
It's heavy because when I was in New York City on the Colombian drug squad pre 9/11, we had a bunch of NYPD detectives as task force officers on our squad, and we'd all go shoot together. And I remember picking up their Glock, same Glock as mine, Glock 22 back then, 40 cal. I come out to pull their trigger, and I'm like, "What in the blue?" I'm like, "You're going." And I'm like, what is this? They did that to cut down on the accidental discharges. And I'm like, so if you don't put your finger on the trigger. So we have a joke. We go, the FBI did these extensive studies. We spent a lot of money. We placed a a loaded weapon with one in the chamber in a hotel room, and we watched it for 2 weeks. It never went off.
I guarantee somebody makes a P320 joke right now in the comments. So,
yeah. And the Glock, I mean, you have to pull the trigger to break it down to clean it. And that's where a lot of your ADs happen. People think they're clean and they're not, Rack that baby. Rack it more than once. Look away. Look back. Put your finger in there. Look back. Look.
Take the mag out. Lock the slide to the rear.
Break it. That's it, man.
That's a great start, man. I appreciate you going into some of those things. I think they'll be helpful for people to understand. But yeah. So as far as your story, man, you'll probably be humble about this, but you have to be like one of the more storied, experienced undercovers at the FBI. So for people that aren't familiar with that, just as far as what we're going to be talking about, you've done 28 years in law enforcement, 23 of those as an FBI agent, where you were a case agent and an undercover.
Yep.
As an undercover, a couple of the cases that you've done, you've infiltrated the Outlaws biker gang and the American accelerationist neo-Nazi group, the Base.
Yes.
And then as a case agent, you've done cartel cases, murder for hire cases. You're on the FBI SWAT team. You're the lead tactics instructor for your SWAT team. So, bro, like you've had an insane career. It's an honor to have you. Seriously, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
You doing this. But I guess a good place to start. Give us like a quick snapshot of your childhood and then kind of what led you into law enforcement.
It's normal. No, I mean, I was the only child. I guess that's not always normal. Some people says that explains a lot. But I had to work for everything I got. I didn't just get given anything, or wasn't just given anything. And I grew up in a landscaping company, so in a Christian home. And my first 7 years, I went to a Christian school, private school, and then I went into public school. Had some issues with peer pressure when I got to 8th grade. So I said this on one the other day because it was like, what you're doing is wrong. Like, I know if I do it, I'm probably going to get expelled. But then they call you a chicken. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm not a chicken. I mean, I'll get kicked out of school. I'll go home and get my butt whipped by my parents because I got kicked out of school, but I'm not a chicken. But yeah, so then high school, I started getting kind of fascinated with psychology in high school. Both of my parents had suffered through depressions. And by the time I got out of high school, I played football, lifted weights. I was a musician and a singer. And I got out of high school and I went to what was Baptist College of Charleston. And it became Charleston Southern University in Charleston, South Carolina. And there is when I came across the criminal justice course. And man, I really liked it. Not like the business law, tort law, all that. I'm like, ugh, but like criminology, forensics, how the crimes and learning that kind of stuff, Constitution and all that. And it really took. And I ended up getting a major in criminal justice and a minor in psychology. But looking back, I was always kind of that mentality that's kind of like a shepherd mentality, like a bully of bullies, like always trying to look out for not say the little guy, but the people being picked on, Not saying that I haven't been a bully or not saying that I haven't been bullied, but it's just kind of the way my mind worked. And then in college, I already started bouncing at bars and I was already expanding on that verbal judo gift of gab, how to talk to somebody, especially somebody who's drunk, and I mean, at one of the clubs, there was only 2 bouncers. And I'm like, if you got 2 bachelor parties, well, that's like almost 30 people right there, and you're like, what are you going to do? Fight 30 people, or are you going to learn how to talk and de-escalate and diffuse? And that started that. And then I ended up at a bar where we had law enforcement working their side jobs outside. So I started just picking their brains, and I knew. I can't remember who I did my first ride along with, but when I did that, that was it. I was like, man, this is what I want to do.
So then you become like a beat cop, right? To begin with?
Uniform patrol for 3 years.
Okay. And that's when you started doing some undercovers, right?
I actually, after uniform patrol, I made the vice and narcotics unit. It was kind of funny because I'd put in, they had a thing called cross training. So you could go over for several months and just cross train and kind of get a feel for it and learn. And that'll help you become a more well-rounded uniform patrol officer, things to look for, things not to look for. I put in for cross training. I could never get it. And then one day after roll call, my sergeant was like, hey, the captain wants to see you, which is, I never get called to the captain. You're like, oh boy, you know. And my sense of humor was pretty much the same then. I walked in and I go, hey, whatever it is, I didn't do it. Unless it was good. Then I did it. He didn't even smile. He was very straight. He was like, have a seat. I'm like, ooh. But he said, so it's my understanding you're interested in the narcotics unit. I said, yeah, I put in for cross training. He goes, well, how'd you like to be an investigator? And I'm like, I didn't even get approved for cross training. So I made that, and it was a learning curve for sure for me because I was so green. But that's when I started learning more about operating sources, wiring up, making controlled evidence buys. And then once you're there, you can go to the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy at that time and get certified if you pass in undercover techniques. So I did that. Then that's when they say, okay, you go down here to the corner, make a buy. You know, Vice, maybe we got a tip on some prostitutes that keep ripping guys off or whatever, then we'll try to order those up, things like that. And that's where and then I got the bug for sure, man. Anything undercover, I love biker stuff. And I don't believe this is in actually, I know it's not in the book, but I forgot that my look that I love and I've been doing my whole life, started with, I remember it was a relative. I didn't really know him, but maybe like a cousin's uncle or something like that. He was a member of a motorcycle club called the Spartans in South Carolina. And he had died, and we went to the funeral. And they didn't have their colors on. But I walk in, and even as a young kid, I'm seeing all these grown men with long goatees, sideburns, beards, long hair, earrings, tats, but they've got a suit on for the funeral. And I just remember I just remember being in awe, man. I remember looking going, man. And then when I met the Undertaker for the first time, when I was bouncing, I remember looking at him going, holy cow, that's a cool look. And then I look at me now and I'm like, holy cow, I kind of tried to make myself look like the Undertaker, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's once I started doing that and hanging out with the cops and then learning more, it was on. And then I get in and I started doing more covert stuff, and I really loved it. And I remember thinking, man, if you're, say we all go from the state, if we all go to South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, to the Criminal Justice Academy, we get certified. This is like mid-90s. I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if there was some kind of like directory or database where, you know, you can see the skill sets of different people? Because if you're only working in Greenville County, how long is it going to take before, I mean, how many ways can you shave your facial hair, cut your hair, wear baggy clothes, don't wear baggy clothes, change your vehicle before everybody knows you're the narc? Because you're out there enforcing the law daily or weekly and you're making arrests. And then it becomes a point to where you're probably just going to be running sources. But wouldn't it be cool if Charleston County on the other end of the state could say, hey, we need a guy that can fit into a biker club because we just want to see what's going on in here, and then I come down and do it for them? I think they started doing that. But when I got in the FBI, that's kind of what happens. You get certified and then you go work all over the place. If you land the case, the undercover in the FBI is voluntary, just like SWAT or firearms or anything else. You don't have to do it, you know?
Anything funny or any good stories stand out from that time before you end up going to the FBI?
Funny. There are some that are very funny, but I don't want to shed a bad light on like prostitution or, you know what I mean? Like I've done so many stings where in the FBI we did them, and it's kind of like a prostitution sting, but the FBI is working it because we're trying to get the pimps, we're trying to recover underage human trafficking victims, right? But that means I may have to order up escorts all night to try to find. So there's some, I mean, if you got a gross sense of humor, there's some very funny things, but I refrained from putting in the book because I didn't want any kind of jovial around such a dark topic. You know what I mean? So, But let me think. Well, in the book, I even put this in the book, but like the first time I bought a crack rock, I was scared to death. I didn't even know what the hell I was doing. They just handed me a 20 and they said, all you got to do is roll down the corner, roll down the window and say you want a 20. And I was probably 270 pounds. I didn't look like I don't look like a crackhead. And I was so scared I cracked the window. It was like putting money into a vending machine. And then the guy yelled at me to roll down the window so he could give me the crack rock. I remember the first escort I did order. It's almost like I hate to say rite of passage, but you've got all the senior narcotics officers and vice narcotics officers who are training me, and they're in the other room watching. So it's like you got the pressure from both. Like the girl comes in and back then you'd order them up on the phone, and she comes in but she had to coach me. Like I didn't even know what I was doing. She goes, she's like, do you know what this is about? And I'm like, I was looking for some action. I didn't even know, I didn't even know to just say, yeah, I want to have sex. I was looking for some action. And then she's like, did you bring any, protection? And I was like, no. And then she's doing the wholesale pitch. This isn't just for my protection. It's for you too, kind of like, and I'm like, oh my, yeah. Well, they came in and they rode me pretty hard for that one, and rightfully so.
Do you mean, do I have my gun on me? Because I do.
Yeah. Listen, I'm a cop. This is, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a little scared right now, to be honest with you. But funny, I don't know about super funny jumping out at me right now. It's always, when you get into the investigation side, it seems like things slow down a lot. I know that. You come from uniform patrol, you're hopping call after call after call after call, and you're go. And then you make an investigator, man, you might be sitting in a car for 12 hours a day for a week or more, a month, laying in the woods for a month just to get, because you're trying to get intelligence. You're trying to surveil, learning, do they have a pattern, and picking up evidence and gathering evidence. So they would dump us off. Sometimes because Greenville County is very, it goes into the mountains. It bumps up to North Carolina, out of South Carolina. And we would, back then, again, mid-90s, weed, still a big deal, being illegal. And you might get reports of airplane coming over dropping barrels, and we'd go out in the woods and take the four-wheelers as far as they'd go and then start hiking and find the barrel, and the bomb tech puts det cord on it, blows the lid, find out and see what we got. Or you might get dumped at 3 a.m. and you hike several miles, and then you lay up on this grow to figure out who's coming. But I was so inexperienced. I wasn't former military. Man, I ate all my food before the sun even came up. I was so bored. And now I got to use the bathroom real bad. And I'm like, man, I did not do well on this one. And now I'm cold, and yeah. And then sure enough, sometimes when you be laying there in the brush or leaves, kind of hiding yourself, and all of a sudden you didn't even see it coming, and here's the dude walking, and you're like, oh my gosh, he's got a shotgun because he's coming out to check the grow, and you're looking at your partner, and we got eye contact, something like some Rambo kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you see an eye, coming out of the mud. But yeah, and then your partner's like, gets the gun and goes, don't move, and the dude's like, oh my gosh, And I'm like, thank goodness I get to get something to eat. I can use a bathroom now.
Dude, that's like you hear about snipers looking through the glass for so long. It just wears you down mentally much more than you think, just waiting around, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably a lot of law enforcement. Like, we're talking about the sexy stuff today, but a lot of surveillance is just sitting there drinking coffee in the car, right?
Hurry up and wait. Can't tell you how many vans I've sat in stacked with SWAT dudes in a hot Texas summer parking lot because we've got intel that somebody's coming to rob the bank that day. And you can't cut the AC on because then they'll see the water under the truck and they'll know we've been in it. And I'm like, it's also a heat index of 120. They got better as time went on to have like the portable unit in there, but still, I mean, you got 6-8 dudes all geared up, just like sardines, just pouring sweat. Like, please let the bank robbery come. Please, let's get out of this truck.
I don't know about you guys, but I have an exceptionally hard time finding jeans that I like. They're either too skinny, too baggy, or the leg opening's too big. It looks like I'm wearing my mom's bootcut jeans. So these are the perfect jean. These are their slim fit, so it's the best of both worlds for me. Not too skinny, not too baggy either. They're super comfortable. They're not going to crush your nuts or give you like a saggy diaper butt in jeans. And I mean, they're surprisingly stretchy and soft. You could do all kinds of stuff in them, bend down, do what you got to do. And the crazy part is that they're only $79.99, so they're way more affordable than your typical pair of jeans. So for a limited time, our listeners are getting 15% off plus free shipping if you go to theperfectjean.nyc and use code Dalton15 at checkout. That's 15% off for new customers at theperfectjean.nyc with promo code Dalton15. And after you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. Please support the show and let them know that we sent you. Life takes a toll on your body, and one of the first places you feel it is your back. Maybe you tried swapping out your mattress thinking that's the solution. And sure, a good mattress helps, but something I didn't realize is that your bed frame may actually be the problem. So there's an Australian startup called Sleeping Duck. They're founded by aerospace engineers, and they ran some stress tests on beds, and they found something surprising. They discovered that even with good mattresses, the bed frames, which are usually made out of flimsy, lightweight materials, often sag, completely compromising your support. So what they did is they engineered a bed called the Instructor bed. And they built its core with over 110 pounds of structural grade steel, and they put steel beams under the backs of the sleeper. It's so much more supportive on the back that it became a bestseller in Australia, and now it's finally here in the States. So I really encourage you guys to check it out. Every part is precision engineered, and it comes with sleek designs to fit your space as well. So try it out for yourself. It comes with a 100-day trial. Head over to sleepingduck.com and give it a look. Back to the show. All right, so it's 98 that you end up going to the FBI?
Yeah, I applied. I think the process probably took like a year, and then I got hired. I got my date to show up at Quantico. I showed up at Quantico 9/27 of 98.
Okay, so there's different schools at Quantico then, because I know you went to the Undercover school at Quantico.
That's later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk about that first then, because we'll talk about some of the Undercover certification stuff.
Yeah. So it's changed over the years, but I think it was like 5 months in Quantico. I went during the winter months. Pretty cold on the range though. They didn't have the indoor ranges back then. You had the little heaters in your pockets. Go back out and shoot. But yeah, about 5 months, and that's new agents training. So you go through all that. If you pass, you got your physical fitness stuff. You've got your academic stuff. You got to pass all that, and then you somewhere in there you find out where you're going to go. We call it orders night, and that's when I found out I was going to New York City. So I came out of Quantico and went right up to Manhattan. Well, I got a place in North Bergen right on the river. But here I am, a country boy. It was on the cliff. Like the pool is on the cliff, overlooking the skyline, Hudson River, just north of the Empire State Building. So here I am, a country guy, and I did do good in college. I know I look and sound like trash, but on paper I was pretty tight. 3.8 average my last 2 years playing NCAA football, and I didn't do that in behavioral statistics. I hated that class. That was a tough one. I struggled in that one, but in less than a year after leaving the sheriff's office, here I am now. I'm laying out in the sun on a cliff overlooking the skyline of New York City going, there's no way. There's no way. It's that cliche or proverbial thing where everybody says, if you'd have told me a year ago, I'd have said, there's no way. And here I am, and there's a bunch of retired New Yorkers and New Jerseyers and or Jerseyans or whatever you're going to say. And they're, as soon as I start speaking, where are you from? And they're like, oh my gosh, it's Scott, come on. They're like making margaritas. And I'm like, this is great. Yeah. I'm broke, but this is great. Are you sure you guys paying us enough money to move to New York City? Because I don't think so.
Man. So is there anything like, so that was just to become a case agent. Is there anything like, what are they looking for in people? What's the interview and process like? Oh
man, who knows? I've got friends that did like there's a phase 1 test you go, and it's a lot of psychological questions, and then they hit you in the middle with all this math stuff, and then they come back with psychological, and then you have to do a PT test, the lie detector, woof. That thing, I was on that thing for like 3.5 hours, man. I was like, man.
Stuck on something?
No, I don't think. I mean, hell, I wasn't lying, you know? I'm like, I'm transparent. I mean, ask me anything. But it's something about being in that chair, man. My nose never itches, ever. And then they got you on the butt pad that can tell if your butt's, and then they got the thing around here to tell if you're breathing here, and everything's on your hands and whatever else. And then they go, okay, we're starting. Okay, no sudden movements. And I'm telling you, as soon as they do it, my nose goes, oh. I'm like, come on. Why? And they're like, oh, you're hiding something. No, I'm not hiding something. I'm worried about screwing it up. But I'd done like 4 polygraphs before that because I'd applied with 4 different departments. None of them were that thorough and that long. I mean, man, I was, like I said, 3.5 hours, I think. I was like, oh, okay, I did it. You know, I don't, did you? No, I just want this thing to end. I'll just tell you I did it. But yeah, that was the one. I go into detail in the book, but the guy's asking me, he's like, have you done any illegal narcotics in the last 10 years? Now, this is 98-ish, 97, 98. And I'm like, no. I said, it'd be close. I mean, right at that 10-year mark, I did a little something. And I told them, and they were like, yeah, that's cool. And then the next question was, have you smoked any marijuana in the last 3 years? And I went, I was a narc at the time. When I'm getting this done, I drove from Greenville, had long hair and a beard, drove from Greenville, walked in there, did the polygraph in Columbia, South Carolina. And I'm like, was that a trick question? And he's like, no. And I go, you just asked me, have I done any illegal narcotics in the last 10 years? I go, I'm a narcotics officer. Marijuana is an illegal narcotic. Now you're asking me if I've smoked marijuana in the last 3 years? I already answered that question. And he's like, oh, yeah, but you could have smoked marijuana up within the last 3 years. And I go, oh, well, the answer's still no. And then they started diving in like sometimes it would be like, for other departments, it might be like, have you ever done any illegal drugs? Yeah. What have you? I smoked marijuana. Okay. When was the last time you had it? That's it. And then you go on. Man, the FBI, it was like, did you smoke it? How many times? Did you roll it? Did you buy it? Did you store it? Did you sell? And I'm like, man, you guys are killing me. I'm like, look, I can sum it up with one thing. I go, let me answer all your questions. I was the guy that would put in my money. Somebody would run and go get the dope, bring it back. I would smoke. If there was anything left, they got to take it. One time I brought it home with me. One time. And I sweat all night. I mean, I would go to sleep and I'd go, nope, my mom's going to find it there. I'd get up and I'd move it. I'd go back to sleep. I go, nope, they're going to find it there. And I didn't sleep all night. And after that, I said, I don't ever want to bring it home again. And I said, that was it. And then they came in and they go, well, how many times would you say you smoked marijuana? And I'm like, oh gosh, man, it's been over 10 years. I'm like, I don't know. I was in a band. I mean, I could hang out with everybody at school, you know? I said, I don't know. He goes, would you say it's no more than 15? I said, yeah, 15 sounds good. Wham, he hits the table. He comes and goes, you think this is a joke? You think this is funny to you? And I'm like, and in my head, I'm starting to panic. And I'm like, man, 15 joints, 15 pounds, 15 nights? I don't know. And I was like, yeah, 15. Whatever, man. So I passed, I guess.
Well, that's what you hear about those like those psychological evaluations where they'll give you like a questionnaire or will be asking you the questions like hundreds at a time and they're different versions of the same question
That's
or they're
MMP,
the same question later.
MMP2.
To kind of wear you down, or what is that about?
Yeah, 547 questions, man.
What, MNP2 you said?
Yeah, that's one of them.
What's that?
That's one that's standard. Like most people do it. It's not just for law enforcement, but it's like 547 questions. I think you had to take it every 2 years, 2 to 4 years. It was a beast. I'd show up for psychological assessment at Safeguard and I'd be like, oh, I'm due for this. And I'd be like, because it's like, at least during that 547 questions, I'd say maybe at least 4 different times you're going to have to answer in some shape or form, no, I don't like to harm small animals. No, I don't find fire fascinating. No, I don't find my mother hot. You know, stuff like that. No, I'm not a serial killer, you know. But yeah, I think a lot of that's to wear you down so you do slip up if you're trying to hide something, for sure. But there's all kinds of tests out there. Yeah, I mean, so I made it. I made it in, and then I did the narcotics thing. I'm sorry, I make it into the FBI, and then I get New York City. Now, again, I'm green. Former cop, yeah, former investigator. I know that aspect. I'm bringing some skills, I believe, but you have no idea what's at at your beck and call. How many things you can use that you didn't have at the Greenville County Sheriff's Office that you now have because you're in the federal government. And that's where I started learning. But I really didn't learn how to become a case agent, like beginning to end, until I got to the border of Mexico. Because in New York, the squad was so huge. And I don't want to say you get pigeonholed, but like I'm green. You basically, we would kind of, my supervisor at the time would kind of split the squad and say, okay, we've got enough people to run 2 big investigations at one time, kind of thing. So next in the battered box is, Platinum Dagger, Operation Platinum Dagger, and this one's going to be something else. And we split and we run our own surveillance. We're running wiretaps, everything. And back then, beepers were huge. And man, I was in World Trade Center at least once a week, every week, because that's where the beepers were at. And we would go get a beeper and clone it. So I'm getting the same, like if you're a bad guy up in Washington Heights and you're getting the text messages, I'm getting the same text message you are. And I started taking those and learning the codes. I started figuring out the codes and breaking down what they were doing. And I go, oh, hell, okay. I think what he's saying is they got 2 kilos and it's going to be at this corner. So you start learning. So then the next case comes and they're like, hey, Scott was really good doing the surveillance with staying out all night because he's a single guy. He's not, and he's young. And he was really good with the beeper. So you get that. And then I landed that undercover in San Antonio. It was originally just for 30 days. And then at the end of 30 days, they requested an extension. San Antonio did. New York City, to my understanding, at least the higher-ups reluctantly said, we'll give you 60 more days and that's it. But at the end of that 60 days, that had been a total of 90 days, and I'd become the primary undercover. So they wrote me in for a transfer. But while I was working that is when 9/11 happened. That was 2001. So when 9/11 happened, I was working third shift on a classified case in San Antonio. I think it's the only classified one I really ever worked. Like at least deep cover long term. But I remember my MO was like I'd get off. So I used to hate. I can work all night long, but when I see the sun come up, I'm like, oh, the soul just gets sucked out of me. I'm like, it's like you open the bar, when you've been in the bar all night and you open the door and you see the sun, you're like, oh God. Yeah, you're like, how many hours of sleep can I get before I got to be back to doing what I was doing? But I'd come back to my hotel and I might get a little something to eat and make me a Jack and Coke and then just kind of ease off and go to sleep. And I went to sleep that on 9/11, and I remember waking up deep sleep because I had the 20-inch Lasco box fan. Put that baby on high, background noise, and I don't hear the rest of the hotel. I remember waking up going, what am I waking up for, man? I don't have to pee. I haven't been asleep that long. And then I heard my phone buzzing. And I looked and I had missed calls. And I started listening to the messages and I was like, oh, I cut the TV on and the first tower had already been hit. And I was watching it and I saw the second tower, the second plane hit the second tower, which that plane actually flew. My wife now, but she was my girlfriend then, worked at Portofino in Jersey City. Just right outside of Hoboken, right there at the Holland Tunnel. And their whole thing was that you can get pre-furnished apartments, high rises, and you're across from the World Trade Center. So when the first tower hit, all of her coworkers went to the rooftop and they were standing on the rooftop looking at the first tower burning, and the second plane flew right over their head. Like right over their head. And they've got pictures, which now, post 9/11, you start seeing videos of everything, but they were like taking it frame by frame, like, what is this? Oh my gosh. And it hits the second tower. So I started calling people that I knew in the office, and for some reason, divine intervention, nobody was getting out. Nobody's cell phones, everything was going down, but I was able to get through. So I would get through and they would be like, hey, man, please take this number down, call my wife, let her know I'm okay. Call my parents, let them know I'm okay. Call this. So I never went back to sleep. That's what I did all day until I went back to third shift that night. I was calling, and I would start it really quick. They'd be like, hello, and I go, hey, this is Scott Payne with the FBI. Your son's okay. I wanted to get it out real quick, I just want you to know Scott Payne with the FBI, but hey, Joe's all right. Hey, Garrick's all right. I got a hold of them. They can't get out right now, but they're okay. So I got goosebumps right now. That's people just don't understand. If they those buildings were so freaking huge. If you think of a regular town a big city, Charlotte, Nashville, downtown Nashville, Atlanta, those city blocks aren't like city blocks in New York City. And they were nowhere near the size of those buildings, man. That was a big deal.
So what was the FBI response like at that time? Like, what was going on?
Well, they moved the command post to our 26th Street garage initially. And my supervisor was the acting ASAC, which would have been an assistant special agent in charge, which would be a step above him over the drug branch. And he ended up running the whole command post. Joe Demarest, former Florida deputy, former Florida State Seminoles football player, kind of cut from the same cloth. I went to a smaller school, but he was about 10 years my senior, so we got along real good. He was a really good supervisor, and he took over and was running that, and it was just everybody hunting leads and stuff. And even though it was a national security side thing, at that point in time, I don't know how many. Well, let me say it this way. Who were the gurus of doing pen register trap and traces, tracking phones, analyzing phones, doing all this stuff? It was the criminal side. So a lot of those bodies were being brought in. Let's go cover leads. So I came back as soon as I could fly commercially. And, but my transfer was already in the portal, you know? And Joe told me, he said, look, go out here, go cover some leads. He said, but don't pick nothing up on your own because you'll lose your transfer. He said, it's already in the works. You've already been on a house hunting trip. Go ahead and do it. Go out here and work. So I went down to ground zero for several days. And we worked. It was surreal, man. I mean, like when you see nothing on the West Side Highway except emergency vehicles. And then you got like people standing in the medians with signs and saying, thank you, we support you. And I mean, we'd pull over and get out with them and give them some coffee or something. But again, a catastrophic, horrific event brings everybody together, changes things.
I mean, as far as the intelligence community goes, did FBI and CSA and all NSA and CIA and like all the 3-letter agencies, was there collaboration or like some sort of?
It wasn't as good back then, but that was a big after action thing. It was like, hey, we need to start sharing more. We need to start doing these, and then you got Mueller coming in and pushing the FBI more towards a national security intelligence kind of agency, which I personally disagree with. But anyway, then you start getting these intelligence reports and all this kind of stuff coming out. And it's supposed to share, but I will tell you, it's just human nature, man. It's like you run into so many people. It's like, it's mine, mine, mine. I don't want to share anything. And I never did that. The way I worked, because I mean, like I worked a lot of drug cases. Well, especially somewhere like in Tennessee, if you get high enough in the chain, you're probably going to bump into a DEA case, maybe an ATF case, maybe a crime task force case. You just work together or see who's in the lead. And I just always was transparent. I'd say, look, this is what I got. Bam. We've got 2 sources. We made this many buys. I got a poll camera, whatever. Or it might be like, hey, I got a source. We've made some calls. We've never made a buy. And they're like, well, we've got several buys. And I'll go, okay. I said, here, let me take my reports. I'll send them to you. Maybe they'll help fatten up your probable cause for an affidavit, you know? And that's it. That's all I do.
Yeah, but dude, you hear about like FBI and CIA don't like each other and that sort of thing. And like, you know, God forbid you miss something. And like that's kind of, I think the average civilian would say, just, you know, fucking put it aside, man. Like,
yeah, let it go.
You guys are there to.
In the name of Frozen, let it go. Let it go. Yeah. In the name of Frozen. But yeah, I'm with you. And it sucks, but it still happens. It still happens. And I mean, you know, like picture DEA is set up to work drug enforcement. That's their title. And then the FBI comes in as working drugs too. You know, I get it, you know, but you know, we can work it too. And you just gotta, it shouldn't be subjective, but it sometimes is. I mean, a lot of times it is, right? Like me and you might work great together, but somebody else comes up, I'm not sharing nothing with you. Like, bro, I'm not trying to steal your case, but somewhere in the past, somebody probably did steal that guy's case or that gal's case, you know, and you're like, and they got burned and now they're that way. So
Yeah, that makes sense. You can't really solve for the careerism. Like, obviously, you want to be the one that brings it home, and there's going to be
you
that
can still
always.
claim stats. I mean, a lot of people do that. That didn't work. Somebody else worked when they just did the paperwork and said, we've made this many arrests. I'm like, they made the arrests. I mean, we're giving them money. We're kind of funding the investigation. But yeah, but a lot of things that came out, like things were like that we didn't have a big enough imagination to picture things that could be that bad. Because you hear things like in Arizona where it ended up being some of the radical jihadists taking flying lessons. They specifically say, I don't need to know how to take off or land. I just need to know how to fly. That's a red flag. For me, it's a red flag. So at what point do you plan on flying this plane? Because if you don't care about how to take off or land, does that mean you're going to take over a plane? Does that mean I'm going to tag you in mid-flight? So just things like that, and it's sad. And then you start looking back, and a lot of times you will see that there was reporting, but it ebbs and flows because it's just like in the domestic terrorism world, people can report stuff, but you got First Amendment freedom of speech. You can go on here and say the craziest stuff as long as it's not like specifically getting into harming somebody and you're not taking acts in furtherance of committing a crime. It's First Amendment protected. So some people read something, they go, why couldn't you take him off the street? Because I can't. I mean, unless I can go over there and talk to them and maybe they break bad and we can at least get them for disorderly conduct or a breach of peace. I can't do that as a federal agent. I don't have a ticket book. I can only prosecute federal things. But if I have a task force officer with me, maybe the state can take them. But how long are they off the street for now? So it's always, and that's why you got to know your playbook. You got to know, and that's what happens a lot of times. You have somebody like a white supremacist. There's a case in the book I talk about. White supremacist is got his heart in the movement, already picked a synagogue, wants to shoot it up, knows they're having a family day. I was able to slow him down and point out to him, look, you're already a felon here. You've already been locked up here. This is after he told me everything. Wouldn't you want to pick a space or a place that was like, I don't know, not right in your backyard where everybody already knows you? That slowed him down. He was like, yeah, man, I like what you were saying about that. He goes, but between now and then, you think you can get me a 40? And I said, yeah, Sig, Glock, what do you want? And he said, man, I'd like a Glock. And I said, okay, I mean, what do you want? What kind of rounds you want? I'll let him pick them all because he's a felon. So you see his arrest and you see felon in possession of a weapon, but you don't know that he was actually a white supremacist that was planning to take out a synagogue and kill innocent women and children and men. So that's a lot of times that happens. And the general public doesn't know that. And a lot of time when you see these sweeping pardons or sweeping commuted sentences, on a federal level, that person didn't just get popped once for dope, and that's why they like look at the case, because probably what happened was we had multiple charges against this person, but in a plea agreement they agree to plead guilty, and we'll just go with this drug charge because it has the bigger lick. You don't get to see all the other stuff. So, and generally those people end up doing it again anyway. So,
was that the one in the book where you were you had to do a conference call or something with all the suits and the lawyers, and they were talking about like what exactly, like, do you sell them a fully functional firearm?
Yeah,
do you give them the rounds?
That case, yeah. Yeah. I hadn't done one where I'd handed a gun to somebody, but I'm also a tactical instructor, a SWAT guy, and I'm on the phone with them, and he just didn't have the experience. I'm not knocking he may be a great AUSA, but he didn't have the experience. I'm being nice. I'm trying to represent, but yeah, he was like, he was like, I've talked to some ATF people that have done these kind of cases, and we have to hand them a fully operable loaded weapon. I'm like, yeah, nope. I'm like, I'm not saying this as the undercover. I'm saying it as an undercover coordinator. I'm saying it as a lead tactical instructor. That is a bad idea. I'm like, there's ways we can make this gun non-operable in a safe way. In case I said, we're handing this dude who's already confessed that he wants to, like, do something in the spirit of Dylan Roof, in the spirit of, but on a grander scale. And he's like, and I'm going to hand him a fully loaded weapon as a team comes up to take us down. I'm like, No. So yeah, we did. I won't say what we did, but we made it. We made it safe.
Just take the firing pin out or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was
if
like,
somebody takes a firing pin out though, and they look at it and they're smart, they're like, "Hey, this thing don't have a firing pin." You know, so just
okay. Yeah, I was thinking
put
about
gum
that.
in it.
Gum?
Put my finger in the end of the barrel. Yeah.
Yeah.
I put my finger in the end of the barrel. Now you can't shoot.
Right. I was like, what would you do? Put a couple dummy rounds in there, maybe something like that. But you don't have to say what it was.
Yeah.
But okay, so you mentioned going over to the border, and is this when you started working the cartel stuff?
Yeah, that's when I was a case agent. That's when I started learning how to be a case agent because, as I said, in New York, I didn't carry the case from beginning to end. I had my one part on somebody's big case. But once I got to McAllen, then I started building my own cases. And that's when you learn. I mean, I remember preparing, we used to call them prosecutive reports, but basically I'm putting together a binder or binders for the prosecution to hand to the Assistant United States Attorney. And I remember we kind of do them by overt acts. So like say we got a source and say we followed you and you moved in a load of undocumented aliens and we documented that. But I remember when I first started doing it, I was like, man, it was pretty thin. I remember putting it together and going, I should have gotten some more pictures. We should have had surveillance this day. I should have been doing more recordings. But by about my third or so case, I felt like they were pretty airtight. Now I know. I'm like, okay, this is fat. We got everything we need for this controlled by or whatever, and you build it better. You should get better at your trade, right? And that's where I learned how to be a case agent from beginning to end.
Okay, so yeah, just to explain to people, I guess, what a case agent is, you carry a case just from cradle to grave, like all the way through to prosecution, essentially?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, there are things where, like, if you get transferred or whatever, somebody else takes it over. But yeah, you are an investigator, and that is the only thing you're required to be when you come in the FBI until the day they tell you, hey, you're full-time SWAT. Hey, you're a full-time firearms instructor. You're a full-time undercover coordinator because it's a big office. Or, like, at least twice in my career, I've been listed as full-time undercover because it was so deep and it was such a thing that I couldn't be around the office. And it's like, or maybe I'm working a job, that's 24/7. So yeah, that was, until they say that, I'm a case agent first. So I'm developing my own sources. I'm trying to, we're getting reporting coming in. Maybe a call comes in, or maybe you're building it off of something just because you've got intelligence. But yeah, you run your own case. You'll get co-case agents helping you. Task force is what I did all the time. So you've got local, state and local police departments, and they're attached to your task force, and we just go work it, man.
So what kind of cartel stuff were you working on?
Well, I was I was there for 6.5 years. I started on the drug squad, so you're already working cartel stuff, right? Because you're at the border. You have to pay a quota to deal in their territory, even if you're working for them. But back then, OZL Cardenas was the head of the Gulf Cartel, and the Zetas were the enforcement arm of the cartel, like paramilitary trained. They would do the kidnappings. They would do the beatings, the torture generally. And then the flavor of the month came to where the Joint Terrorism Task Force was being created in McAllen, and they were looking at special interest alien smuggling. And that would mean that it's not just undocumented aliens. We're looking specifically for smuggling organizations that are bringing in undocumented aliens from threat countries, China, anything Middle East, probably, Yemen, places like that, Iran, and they were. I remember even at that time, we were looking at Brazil, not because Brazilians were like loaded with a threat country, but there was heavy reporting that there were camps over in Brazil to help westernize and modernize radical jihadists to help them blend in to come in, kind of thing. So we were looking for that. But it was rare to find like a pipeline of, like, say, the Chinese triad brings people from China all the way to New York City. Somewhere it's very rare. So you would see, like, they get to Mexico, they got a smuggler, now they got to get across the river. They get to a staging location, now they got to get around the checkpoint. and then they're on their way out into the United States. And that's what we started working. But that's the same cartel. Same cartel. You got to pay your quotas. I've had targets that ended up working with us later, but they missed their 2-week quota and they got kidnapped by the cartel. And it's the same. Back then, the torture was kind of the same. They do the battery cable thing on your nipples and stuff like that and your private parts. They'll do cigar burns. They love doing that. Cigarette burns, prods. I mean, they would do like take a kilo of cocaine, just hit you in the head with it, stuff like that. I mean, it's 2.2 pounds. It's gonna hurt, and things like that. But I mean, there were cases where my squad would get the kidnapping extortion calls too. So most of those were drug related, and in my mind, that's kind of like a breach of contract for me. I'm like, if you were in the dope game and your job was to you're the mule, you drive the dope to Dallas, they take the dope out of the trap, put the money in the trap, you drive it back, but now it's missing $100,000. But then sometimes you would see like a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old, and you're like, you were in over your head. You didn't know what you were doing, and now they're being held, and families getting called, and they're saying, we're going to kill your kid unless you give us $100,000 or $300,000, and then you get it down to $100,000, and then you're basically bartering over a phone call. And a lot of times you're on like an hourglass, like the sand's running, because they would only use the victim's phone and they wouldn't recharge it. So we knew we had this much back then. We knew we had this much battery life to try to get the deal done. And it might be finally get down with the family. The family's got $60,000, and they've got, back then it was the 2000s, right? So maybe they got a 2006 Suburban V8 4x4 with 40,000 miles on it. Maybe, okay, we'll take the Suburban and the $100,000 or $60,000 in the Suburban. And at midnight, here we are pushing that across the bridge, and here comes the kid back across. But there were true victims that I believe as well. Like if somebody's they've paid their money to be smuggled in. So now they've crossed the river, but they're at a stash house, because now they still have to get past the checkpoint. And at that stash house, now the smugglers are extorting the family for more money. And they're like, if you don't give us more money, we're going to dump your 5-year-old daughter in the brush and leave her to die. And we knew they would, because the case started with them dumping her aunt, who was a 16-year-old physically, mentally challenged female, and they left her in the brush to die. But luckily, Border Patrol found her. And now we're trying to save that 5-year-old girl. And we're on a phone, and we're doing everything we can through our techniques, which are, we won't get into some of the stuff with tradecraft reasons, but we're trying to find that bad guy, trying to find that girl and save her. And it might be 3 days of no sleep or very little sleep and crappy food, and we're just running and gunning. This was before carnivore snacks and all that good stuff was out there, before your smartphone could tell you where good places to eat are. And then, you kick in some doors, and we get the evidence we need, and we kick in some more doors, and we find the 5-year-old girl and rescue her and put her on the phone with her mother. Those are some really good cases. But the cartel, again, that was they ran it, and it was there was an SOP. There was a method to it. As violent as the cartel was under OZL, I would say it got worse after OZL got taken out, because then it created this vacuum, and now you got the Sinaloa cartel saying, we're going to take over. Or you got MS-13 saying, no, we're going to take over. Or you got the Zetas going, wait a minute, we're the paramilitary people that do all the kidnapping and torturing, and we're the ones that should be running this thing. So then you get to the point to where the last time I talked to some people down there, they weren't really doing like we used to. It would just be maybe one phone call, not a lot of extortion stuff. They just chop heads off. Now, for the listeners and viewers out there, I did get a nasty gram from somebody, because I said somewhere before about not trying to say something bad about Mexico, but they didn't value life. That whole conversation was like this. We're talking about the cartel. We're talking about the bad. I'm not talking about Hispanics. I love Hispanics. I love the Hispanic culture. And I've got a boatload of friends that are Latinos and Latinas, But I'm talking about the cartel.
It's crazy that you even have to
I know.
clarify
I'm
that.
like, I didn't say
obviously,
all of Mexico.
we're
I
not
didn't mean it.
conflating.
Yeah.
Okay, so you ended up getting the 5-year-old girl back.
Yeah. Put her on the phone with her mother. She was they were Hondurans, and the family was in Manassas, Virginia. And when we put her on the phone, I mean, you know, you're exhausted too because you've been going nonstop. And we had some go-getters, man. We had some go-getters. Some we were so go-getter, we had to slow our go-getters down. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, hold back. I got my arm like with our green ready to get in the crash. All right, stay right here. Hold on a second. I'm going to let you go in a minute, dadgummit. You know, just run through every door. And like, I'm not sure that was a good clearing technique, but there you go. I know it worked. Nobody's hurt. But yeah, every guy was crying. Like we put her on the phone because she still had her little Catholic girls school suit on, man. And man, she gets on the phone and she's talking Spanish to her mother, and we're all like, we get her on the phone and we're all like, you know, everybody's looking away. Like all the guys are turning our backs to each other, like facing outward from the circle. All right, man, you want to go get something to eat, man? I was like, man, the dust is terrible. And mesquite trees, I'm allergic to them. Like, I'm leaking. Yeah, it's good stuff there, man. Those are some great cases. And but there was some pretty horrific stuff. Oziel, he had a line that he fed people to. We confirmed that. Thought that was a wives' tale. He had a I don't know what to call them now. Little people. I don't want to offend them. It's midget. I don't know. That's what it was then. But apparently there was we thought it was a wives' tale that he had a midget who was blessed in the nether region that he would use to torture people, rape them. And we thought, that's BS, man. That's a bit. So one Christmas Eve, I was driving. By this time, I have laid my groundwork in the Rio Grande Valley. I had great sources from McAllen all the way to Roma, Texas. And I'll start getting calls about a carjacking in Rio Grande City, but the guy steals the car, doesn't look in the back seat. There's an infant. So now he's in Camargo. He's in Mexico trying to pass this off. Now the cartel, they're not happy. They are pissed. Because you didn't even, now you look at all this heat you're bringing for a stupid car. You know what I mean? We got bigger things going on here, if you know what I'm saying. And they were holding him. They were getting ready to kill him. And I was driving to Phoenix, Arizona for Christmas. I had we'd traded in the truck for the minivan with the DVD player, you know. Got the 2 little girls and my wife, and we're driving, and I'm on the phone trying to make things happen. And putting people in touch with sources and doing this and kind of coordinating and they're working it. And then they called me. They got the guy back and they called me and they go, Scott, the midget's real. And I'm like, what? And they're like, this dude is bawling. The midget was in the room. He was getting ready to get raped when the call came in and said, all right, basically FBI's got this case. Whatever it is they needed, it's time to do the deal. And then but he was in the room. That dude was crying, and I was like, the midget was real. I'm like, that's just a whole nother, yeah, that's like, I don't know. And then we had one of the last ones I did there was kind of what I mentioned earlier. It was the one where they went up, the young kids drove the car, followed by cartel members to Dallas, somewhere around Dallas. Kids get dropped off at the mall. They take the car to wherever the bad guys are. They pull the dope out of the clavo, the trap, put the money in, then they come back, let the kids drive the car back. They're mules. Well, it was missing $100 or more grand. And what happened with that one is we figured out what was going on. We were already working with the families because there's 3 kids, 3 different families, and we're working and okay, I understand they lost money, but bro, these kids, come on. They're not making how much did you pay them to drive? I mean, don't tell me, but I mean, I know you're not going to tell me, but I know it wasn't $100 grand, you know, and they're not that dumb. Well, the 2 guys that received the car, one of them was way younger. He's in the cartel, but green, working for the cartel. The other guy was older, and they called him the Eagle, Aguila, I think, right? And he was not smart. He went and bought 2 cars and put money down on a house, but he bought it where all the contacts are for Cartel, and they're going, hey, this dude's dumping some money. Didn't you guys lose something kind of thing? And the last we heard is they had him in a 55-gallon drum of either diesel fuel or acid. I think this one was diesel fuel. They had already either chopped his hands or his fingers off while he's alive, and then burn him. They turn him, they call it El Guiso. They make you soup, turn you into human soup. So that's what I meant when I said the value of life is a little different within the states. So, and I'm not trying to paint a bad picture, but look, like I've interviewed MS-13 members who are no longer MS-13, but they grew up in Honduras or El Sal, and they're telling me about what they had to see growing up. You're talking, your brain's not even fully developed yet, and you're seeing murdered people in the street, and they just leave them. So when you walk out of your house to go to school or the store or whatever you're going to, you're stepping over rotten bodies. Your brain's not set up for that. And I mean, kudos to that guy for getting out of it, but good gravy. I'm sitting there listening to him, and I'm like, I don't even know. I mean, that's short of a miracle. I don't know how you're straight right now, seeing all that stuff and being a part of who knows what and what you've done and seen.
Yeah, it's not a good start having your brain desensitized like that.
Yeah. So let's parlay off of that into kids these days. Gaming. I'm a gamer. I'm 54 damn years old. I still game. My wife gets mad at me. She's like, all you do is play video games. Like, it's not all I do, but it does seem like I'm playing a video game every time you walk in here, though. I'm not going to lie. I feel like it's partially my fault. Partially.
We're working right now.
We're working. Yeah, I know. Proof. But they've gotten so realistic. You got young kids on there. If you cut your headphones on, which I don't really do anymore, but I mean, you're on there with like an 11-year-old kid who's smoking you on the game. And he's like, he's telling you, man, drive the hard corner. Hey, I need you to slice the pie. And you're like, what the I'm trying to teach this to adults. Shouldn't you be in school? I'm out sick. You don't sound sick, But it's so realistic, it desensitizes in their mind. So I can't help but see the correlation when I see an active shooter. And there's that crossover of that domestic terrorism extremist doing these active shootings, and you see somebody that's an introvert. It's not a boilerplate, but I've seen a lot of introvert, outcast, don't fit in, have been bullied, can't get a partner, and they sit in their room and hate. They hop on that phone, and depending on what you want to go, black separatism, extreme left, radical jihad extreme, far right extreme, you can find your rabbit hole and start going down it. And with AI now, I mean, I can still kind of look and see. I'm like, that's AI, just by the way the kind of thing, but it's getting there, man. And it's bad. So that would be hey, parents, pay attention to what your kids are doing thing. Because on the game, you can respawn all you want. But here, when you die, it's done. No respawning.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But
no jumping out of the airplane for the next drop. I'm coming back in, boys. Land on the ground, die. Yeah. I'm coming back in, boys. I got sniped.
Like, stay alive, Scott.
I got sniped.
Jeez, man.
Where are you at? I died again. I'm sorry.
Okay, so as far as like how it actually works with, so let's say for the sake of example, let's say American citizens get kidnapped by the cartel and you guys are working on that case. Let's say it's today, not necessarily the duration of a phone's battery anymore. But let's say like negotiations either stall or they're non-existent and you guys get a lead on where they're at. Now, like, I'm just from like a curiosity perspective, would the FBI at that point, would you guys send HRT to go maybe get them? Would you coordinate with like the military and
not in another
be a JSOC
country
thing or
not in another country? I mean, if that's going to a lot of red tape, just from my knowledge. That's a lot of red tape. Now, back in the 80s and 90s, maybe. There's undercovers that used to just hop on a cigarette boat and go from Miami to freaking Venezuela or something. I'm like, boy, you couldn't do that now. I'm like, some of my mentors, they're like, oh, yeah, we'd take the boat over. I'm like, man, you can't. There's no way headquarters. They'd be like, Operation's done. But I wouldn't see that happening. Now, what's going to happen is we have all our liaisons. So that's what happens. We have a board liaison. We put trainings together. We do events together. And you may be there with somebody who's crooked. They are with the Mexican police or a police department or in Commandante. They may or may not be dirty, but you develop the relationships. So when that kidnapping happens, I can be like, hey, I'll call the the border liaison officer and say, hey, this is what we got. The subject's name is this at 1:30 this afternoon, Central Time, at the corner of Trenton and 10th. 3 black Suburbans pulled up. Bunch of guys jumped out with balaclavas and BDUs. They grabbed the dude and they took him. Cool. Then they start calling their contacts. And you've got legats and you've got, consulates and you're reaching out to them. And you might even be reaching out to the legat in Mexico City, and they're working their way back. And then it's usually 30 minutes to an hour, we'd get a call and go, yeah, they got him. The safeties have him. He's in Miguel Alemán. And the deal is this is he lost this dope, he lost a load, he stole something, or he owes him money. Sometimes it was very rare, but sometimes it would be a legit hit extortion with no business failings or nothing like that. Or we get that more of what I picture as a hostage thing, like the 5-year-old girl. Now they're holding them at a staging location. Now that you're in the States, yeah, we're working, and that's what we did. I had to pick on that one with the 5-year-old girl. I had to pick a guy. Like, we knew that we were pretty sure our phone was at this. Let's just say it's a gas station, and I'm told something to the effect of, "Hey, it looks like the phone's moving." And at that same time, 4 different people walk out of the gas station, and you're looking and you're going. And I was just going on my gut, man. I'm just like, I'm looking at the 4 and I'm going, let's follow that one. And it was right. We put that one at a house, and then they were like, it looks like the phone is very near that house. We go up, start knocking on the door, Policia, habla la puerta, FBI, and you hear all the running and slamming in there. And we're like, all right, we got PC, man. We kick the door in, get the guy, but it's not the stash house. But then we're finding all these phones that have been cut off. That was where all the noise was. Cut all the phones on. I'm going to call the phone that's been the extortion phone, the one that's been calling the family. I'm going to call that number. And while we're all standing in the room, you dial the number and that phone goes, ring, and you go, that's our phone. Turn around, But that doesn't mean he's got to tell us where the stash house is at. So we've still got work to do. And then you track it down and find it. I never saw a thing like in the TV shows, where they go over and do a black op, in Mexico. I'm sure it can happen, but not to my knowledge in that FBI realm.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. Like today with, President Trump has said a lot of stuff about kind of hitting the cartels a little differently. And shit, man, I don't know
how that's going to pan out. Yeah. I'm for it. Definitely for it. But I just know, I've worked dope in some form or fashion for 28 years. Even if I was on a public corruption case, there was dope involved. That's just, I don't know. It was like the nexus. Can you really stop the war on, with the war on drugs, can you stop the inflow of drugs? From what I've seen, not for, definitely not for long, but can you shut down a huge lick in your county and your county's dry for the next 3 months? Yeah. Yeah. But you get, let's just say it's a legit warehouse in Mexico because you've got the shipping labels and they're shipping, it's an industrial, complex or whatever. And they've got their assembly line. So let's just say in Tennessee, we take off a load and they're packaging, they're selling like PVC, something or another, some kind of industrial thing. And then in that is the dope. And we seize that. Well, once they get hit once or twice, same address, same building, now different title, now different. It's no longer long tubes. It's like square boxes or whatever. They just change it. Like they didn't do meth forever. And then they saw that meth was easy and cheap for them to make. And I mean, to see somebody out there, like at least in my region, doing shake and bake, the old days where you'd mix up your own stuff and everybody's breaking out. So you can get, the crystal meth was coming in so rampant and easy before I retired, coming through Atlanta and north. It's just like I would interview drug addicts who were downer addicts, like opioids, heroin, but they're on meth. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not even the same high. It's a completely opposite high. And they go, yeah, but it's cheaper. And they just say it helped with the withdrawals. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, but yeah, it's so to say you're going to shut down the cartels, well, what would they shift to? That's what I'm thinking. Because we stop one avenue, well, what's making money? Now, of course, it's going to be something illegal, usually. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Anything else stand out from that time down in Texas before you end up going to undercover school? Anything that you don't usually talk about?
No, there's so much stuff that happened down there case agent wise. That's what I was saying. I was told somebody, I'm like, I got enough to do another book just on case agent stuff. But I've been told you don't want to do 2 autobiographies. I don't know. It's not my world. I mean, it is my world now, but I don't know. They're like, if you're going to do it, now that you've got this, go fictional books. Kind of like Jack Carr, kind of something like that. So now you have a series of books, still be my cases, but now we can amp it up for fiction. And I'm like, who knows? I'm not the guy that's going to be sitting in my house typing this thing out. That's not me. Yeah. maybe speak into it and let it type it, but yeah.
Okay, so it's 2002 that you go to undercover school?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what's that training like? Like, what were some of your favorite blocks?
Well, so the school is a 2-week school. At least it was until I left. It's a 2-week school, no days off, huge on sleep deprivation. Won't give away scenarios and stuff like that. But essentially you get training during the day. So maybe at some point, maybe you're sitting through a block of my instruction about the outlaws and me crashing mentally and all this stuff and things that I learned from the point of view of the undercover, not the psychologist. Or maybe you're learning some tradecraft from somebody else, or maybe it's just actual policy and stuff. So you're getting that during the day, and then you're going to be inserted into role play and scenarios through the evening. Everybody does every scenario. It used to be a little different, but for liability reasons, it makes more sense. Like you can't say like, hey, I got a drug background and you only put me on foreign counterintelligence stuff where I failed miserably. Everybody goes through everything. It doesn't matter if you're not white. You're going to go through the white supremacy scenario. You got to figure something out. Use some of the skill sets we taught you, and I will say that I've never known of 100% graduation rate. I role played at the school from 2003, role played and or taught from 2003 to 2021 when I retired. And there was never 100% graduation rate. And that's not because of hazing or anything. It's just that some people, you might be the best SWAT operator, and you might be the best firearms, or you might be the best case agent in the world. It's maybe you should not cut out for undercover work. But yeah, you go through scenarios every night, and some of them you get your butt. There, a lot of them, almost all of them are winnable. But if everybody starts passing all those levels of a scenario, you're like, we're like, yeah, somebody's done. Let's divide and conquer. Tell me. And 3 lie and 1 says, yeah, we've already seen these. Okay, all right. now we're getting somewhere. But yeah, I mean, it's just to help you. Let's go back to the tactical training. We talked about being out on the range, stress inoculation, doing all these things. Well, can you do that with undercover? No, it's more what ifs. We're going to get you there. I would suggest if you are out there doing undercover, get all the training you can. Take another school. There's schools out there, and maybe get involved with that school and go back and role play. Now you can work your reps. Now you're getting your reps in that training environment, So that in the tactical world, we say we bleed on the range so we don't die in the street. So with Undercover, kind of the same thing, but you're working all these things, and you have to do what ifs in your mind because it's a chess game. You're trying to stay 3 or 4 moves ahead of the person you're going up against, and that's what it's good for. But once if you graduate and you get certified, then you're on to the next thing, and you're trying. Hopefully, you're under somebody who's senior and connected, and they can kind of bring you in and help you with your paperwork and how to vouch for this and how to do all this stuff, and then look at your reporting and say, okay, good 302, which is our report, but from the Undercover standpoint, you need to be hitting this, and that kind of thing. And then if you're getting on and you're active, let's just say out of 11,000 agents, 600 are certified undercovers. Out of those 600, if you say, how many of you have been the primary undercover on one undercover operation, it's going to dwindle down. When you say, how many of you have been the primary on more than one but less than 5, it's going to dwindle down even more. When you get to that 5 to 10 and 10 and over, you're probably getting down to a core group of maybe 50 to 80 undercovers and we all know each other because we all go to the UC school. We all are doing cases. It was the most diverse for the biggest point. It kind of started changing towards the end, but for the most of my career as an undercover or being a part of the undercover program, that was the most diverse group of people I'd ever been around. I mean, it doesn't matter, short, tall, skinny, fat, black, brown, white, yeah, whatever. Not to offend with colors, but every ethnicity, you got clean cut accountants, you got bikers, you got big black gangbangers, you got clean. It's just we had it was a really cool group to be a part of.
Well, yeah, you need the diversity to blend in. You might not be working a financial case, but if you need a biker, then here we got this 6'4" tatted dude with a beard.
I think it was probably a good 7 of us that were doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We're all on each other's text string.
That's funny.
I'm not anymore, but yeah.
So for the scenarios, are there right or wrong answers? Like, is it pass fail, or is it more about to see how you process information?
There's pass fail there. There's a grading system. And you will have counselors following you. Actually, you will have a counselor for your group helping you. I've been that. Like hey, buck up, little camper. I know you just brutally died on that one, but in about an hour, you got to go back for another one. All right, get yourself straight, shake it off. We're going back in, helping on that end. But you also have scenario monitors, and they're the ones. So if you and I are grading this scenario, then we're going to grade everybody that goes through this scenario. So it's not like 2 different people coming in because their 3 might be R5 and vice versa. But it's well put together. A lot of moving parts, but yeah, I mean, there's counselors. You will have Safeguard there. You will have representatives from Safeguard there because I have seen people nut out. I don't think I would have believed it had I not seen it, but at least at that stage in my life. But some people, if you twist their sleeping patterns, their eating patterns, they miss a few workouts, that sleep, some people just completely leave reality. Like, we may not send your gun back with you. You left reality that bad. We're gonna send the gun back through the principal firearms instructor, proper shipping man, back to your division to the PFI because you need some time off. You need to rest. You need to eat. And there's counselors there, to talk to you and follow up and make sure. But again, great to find that out at that school than to be out doing it for real in the middle of the woods with a bunch of targets to find out you just lost reality and you can't handle it. And that's good for you to know. I mean, it's good for you to know your boundaries and limits. Like if you know that you are a doctor background, but when you show back up to your division, most people just see you're a certified undercover. But if the drug unit calls you and says, hey, would you go make a buy for us? You should probably say no if you don't know anything about drugs. I'm the doctor kind of guy. I do more healthcare for all stuff. That's not my world, So you do those things so you can learn your boundaries a lot.
So how how elaborate and realistic are these scenarios? Like, are they like an individual going through something that's like in like a fabricated room? Take that as one end of the spectrum, or the other, like a whole town set up with like dozens of role players, people getting murdered in front of you. Like, where on the spectrum does it fall if it's not everywhere?
A lot of that is conducive, just like in the tactical world, is conducive to the environment we're training in. So if we're at a hotel or we're in Quantico, Quantico's got Hogan's Alley. You've got the stores and the restaurants. Can we bring in enough people? Yeah. So probably D, all of the above. I mean, you could be at a restaurant where like people are really at, but we're doing our undercover kind of thing. That can happen. Yeah. Crazy. There's been a few moments over the years. That's funny though, but we like to keep the school kind of, but it's pretty well known that we're big on sleep deprivation and look, I mean, like if you drink, I drink. Like if you drink, number one, we want you to see how alcohol affects you when you're super tired and been stressed on like day four of 2 weeks when you probably don't even have a full 8 hours of sleep yet. We want you to see what that does to you, but we also want to see what it does to you. You know what I mean? Again, you don't want to be out in the woods with 30 possible targets and you have no friendlies and it's just you in the middle of the woods, in the middle of Alabama, in the middle of nowhere. And you're like, even if I do have a rescue team, which I do, there ain't no way in hell they're going to make it to me I'm in here on my own. I might be still hanging on when you get here, or you can avenge my death, but you want to find all that out there. So I miss it. It's a great thing. And you didn't make any extra money for it. I mean, you got your per diem, you got your 3/4 per diem to come in, and your 3/4 per diem. And I mean, you're doing, as a counselor, man, I think I slept less than the students. But you do it because you love it. You love the program, and you want to you want people to be safe. You want to get the right training environment. We try to make it as realistic as possible, but if you don't buy into it, you're not buying into it,
So that's interesting that what you said about like drinking. Like obviously you did a biker gang case, and they have a pretty big drinking culture. Like is that like a formalized under the influence training? Because I feel like I've heard about this. Like I don't know if this is real, but like, for example,
it
like,
is.
okay.
I've seen it. I didn't do it. The FBI is not like training you to be drunk. But I mean, I've got buddies at the sheriff's office or state troopers. I'm like, dude. Now I will say, in the last year, I've cut my drinking back considerably because I always had a high tolerance and I enjoy drinking. And I had a high tolerance, but why do I need to keep? Number one, I'm not getting any younger. Number two, too much of anything that's foreign to your body and poisonous is bad, right? In moderation. But I've cut back considerably. But I did always want to go. I told my buddies with the state troopers and stuff, I'm like, hey, when y'all do the DUI test thing, I want to do it because they'll let you go in there and drink. I said, I've just always been curious what I'm blowing into the breathalyzer versus how well I'm handling myself right now. So you just have to know. And that's why you asked me, like earlier, I think you said, you're a whiskey or bourbon guy. I go, number 7, Jack Daniels, man, old black. It's 80 proof. I know where I'm at. I always did. And I could pick just for me personally, during those days, I mean, you're drinking, number one, they're happy to see you. They're pouring like Jack. Did you say Coke? And you're like, holy cow, man, 2 or 3 of those. And I'm like, and we're still going to 7:30 in the morning. And mind you, a lot of them will go do a line of Coke, a bump, a hit of meth. Well, that completely sobers them up. I can't. I'm over there asking for coffee, coffee beans, anything. I'll crunch them. I'll snort them. Hit me. But I would catch myself and I could know versus a 90 or 100 proof or higher. And then it sneaks up on you. And then you pay attention. Like me, I would go to the bathroom and I'd pour it. I'd pour like almost all of it out and just sip because I'm like, man, I'm feeling it, you know. Plus, I'm being recorded, and that's the thing. If you should be being recorded because you're undercover at some point. Maybe not all the time, but if you can justify for safety reasons. But at some point, you should be there gathering evidence and stuff. So what's it gonna look like to a jury or sound like to a jury if they hear me falling over drunk, slurring my words? How can I articulate what I just did? You need to be able to articulate, because if it isn't on paper, it didn't happen. You know what I mean? That's what we always just say. You got to type it up, articulate it, and what's that going to sound like? You know, going back to the prostitution sting or the sting where we're trying to find underage guys and girls that have been trafficked. I mean, if you're in there just talking a bunch of vulgar stuff because you're having a good time with your buddies or whatever, how's that going to play to a jury? What if somebody's grandmother is sitting on that jury and they hear you just talking dirty? You know, it's you got to remember, we got a job to do, and there are definitely some pitfalls in there. Just don't do it. Not saying I didn't joke around and say some stupid stuff when I was younger, but it's probably more out of nervousness than anything else. But yeah, got to get better. So, but as far as training somebody to drink and stuff, there are things you can do that, but the FBI doesn't do that I know of. They might send you somewhere, but how is that? I mean, think about this from the optics standpoint of headquarters going, hey, you're going to lose your liver on this next case, but we're going to make sure that you can handle it. We're going to teach you how to drink 24 hours a day and still sound great.
Dude, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. Like if you have to, it's, you know, you can have an excuse to, you know, we'll get into the outlaw stuff, but if somebody's putting a bump of coke in your nose and say, do it, you can have reasons that you can't. But something like drinking, if you want to ingratiate yourself into the culture quicker, then, you know, I would say it's a good thing to try out ahead of time. It's just smart.
I liked it. Makes me relax. Makes me relax and you know, it just went. I mean, that's just me. You know, I was like the biker stuff. I mean, I love that culture, you know?
Okay, so as far as the attrition rate, you said you've never seen a full 100%, but like, where do you think that attrition comes from? You said your words were, you know, some people just aren't cut out for it, but like, what specifically?
Well, they actually did studies. The Safeguard unit did some studies and looked, and the common denominator, because what would happen is we would do all these steps, like, because there's only 20 slots in the school. There's 4 groups of 5. So we would do all these steps. If I'm the undercover coordinator, which I was for my division, you come to me, or maybe I try to recruit you and say, hey, man, have you ever thought about doing undercover work? We're going to start going, for me, with the experience and the skill set once you're at a certain, you're long in the tooth, as they say. I mean, I'm going to have you doing all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to have you doing anything that's a part of that UC school. It's not going to be, whatever you get at the school is going to be brand new. I'm not giving you that. When you go get assessed to be a part of the school, they're going to give you something. I'm going to hit you with different things. But we would go through all these steps, make sure, tell you what undercover work is, tell you, do you have a family? What do you think it is? And all this stuff. And if you drink, I may take you out drinking. As an undercover coordinator, I just want to go, hey, let's go out and have a couple of drinks. I just want to see how you act, you know, see how you mingle with people and stuff. But we would get all the way through all those processes. First night of the school, you got 20 slots. First night of the school, speech, maybe one little scenario or something. That Monday morning, inevitably, somebody would come in at 7:30 or whatever and go, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? I don't think this is for me. How did you know, it's like, if you can't swim, then say you can't swim. Don't let me push you in the water with everybody else and then you sink. And then we pull you up and go, what happened? Well, I thought it would just come to me. Well, you never swam before. Let's say no, you know? But we would try to work that out. But the Safeguard unit found that the main common denominator that they saw was just lack of worldly experience. Once the generations started changing, you know, it's people were just coming in as so young with no worldly experience whatsoever. So that kind of stuff was way more shocking. And you kind of go where the cases are. Like if If a lot of mafia cases were being worked, you're probably going to see some mafia scenarios. If a lot of biker stuff was being worked, you're going to see a biker scenario. If there's a huge push for like ELF, ALF, PETA, kind of not them being bad, but the domestic terrorism side of like activists burning plants or Tesla dealerships or whatever, we may see that kind of being recruited in. So you kind of go with what the FBI is shifting towards in crimes.
So there's a story in your book where you talk about, I think you missed a connecting flight or something, and you were on the way to the FBI's Christmas party to play Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And you were, again, it was benign. It was just a detail part of the story. It wasn't to prove a point, but like the gist of it was you basically talked yourself onto this plane. This woman opened the door for you afterwards, or did something that was totally non-standard. But it made me think, like, okay, is that some sort, like, what is that? Is that some sort of intangible human nature thing that helps you do a job like this?
It's me. That's just me being me. We can teach those kind of techniques maybe. For like ingratiation, but that's just me being me. When I got stuck the other day, coming out of Hollywood, that's what I did. I went up and I talked to the lady. Everybody's cussing, raising hell. I'm like, hey, I really would like to at least make it to Dallas tonight, you know? She's like, man, they're booked. And I go, are they really like booked? I lean in, I go, is it really booked? She goes, hang on, sweetheart. I said, oh, you called me sweetheart. That's good.
There it is.
That's good. So she hooked me up. She said, there's 2 flights here, blah, blah, blah. That's just it. I was just being nice. Again, it goes, I mean, I say again, but I did already talk about, like, not gift of gab, not really verbal judo, just being able to connect to people. Just being able to talk. Like, what good is it going to do? Everybody's pissed. Everybody's screaming. We're stuck in LAX for another 10 hours or whatever. You know, all the planes are filling up, but what do you, it's that you get more bees with honey kind of thing, you know? I'm just being nice, and it worked because that lady in the story you're talking about, yeah, it was completely booked. It was sold out. All kinds of people on standby. She said, no matter what I say, don't leave. And I said, you got it. I went over, sat down. She shuts the door. No more standby. Everybody's like, son of a kicking stuff, walking up. I can't believe it. As they start disappearing, their voices are getting quieter because they're getting farther away. She says, come here. She props the door. She swipes my thing. Props the door, had 1 seat saved for me. Because I told her, I said, look, if I don't make it back on this next flight, I said, there's going to be a lot of kids in the Rio Grande Valley that aren't going to get Santa Claus tonight because I'm Santa Claus. Hope I didn't spoil anybody's. I was Santa's helper that night.
But dude, like, I have people in here, and we're doing a job. It's not like we're all having fun. We're talking about a specific story. I might have stuff that I want to ask you about, but I don't, because this is for the listener, right? But but just being around you, like, you're a fun guy to be around. Like, I can identify that at sort of a baseline level. Like, I like being around you, but and like, I guess what I'm getting at is there's, especially today, man, like things have gone digital and people have a tough time connecting to other people, as you've probably experienced firsthand with the base, and we'll get to that. But like, what would you recommend to people in terms of just little ways that they can like make a connection to people and not feel so like afraid to go talk to people and that sort of thing?
Ooh, that's a good one. Because I don't know if and a lot of times what happens with me is if I take the class and I see them break something down and they call it this method, I'm like, my brain already does that. I didn't know it was called a method, but that's just me as a person. So I guess it can be taught. Well, yeah, it can be taught. It's like a guitar, like being a musician. You can technically learn how to play, but you could also inherit it and just pick it up and be able to fly, I say you just got to start talking to people. Be respectful. I do me. Right? I use what I've got. So I do a lot of self-deprecating humor, the Tommy Boy, Chris Farley stuff, because I used to be bigger, and that's part of aging. But I think I have this Cro-Magnon caveman thing, and my eyebrows are always like this. Apparently, my resting face looks like I'm angry all the time. I didn't realize it till I had my wife take so many pictures of me for options for the cover of the book. And I swear to you, dog, I'm like, I I was smiling. I know I was smiling. I had my eyebrows up, and she takes a picture, and I'm like this, and I'm like, what is? So I do that to try to counter the "why do you look so angry" kind of thing. But you just need to be able to talk to people, and like you said, it's just gotten so divided, and COVID exacerbated everything because then now you can't even see a face, and everybody's working from home, and it's just more exclusion, right? More you're being. I mean, I talked to people that in California, they never left their house for a year. I'm like, what? You come to East Tennessee, we were all walking around with no mask on. And everybody's like, you guys aren't wearing masks. I'm like, yeah, I know. But no offense to anybody that wore one, but it's just that causes more divide. And I think they've shown in the studies, right, that the kids are well behind because of what happened with COVID as far as not interacting and stuff. But as far as just connecting with people, come in with grace and patience. And that's not always easy, but I'll give you two versions of me. Me on the way to fight training or working out, coffee, music. Oh, yeah, let's go, man. I'm ready to go in there. Get out of my way. And after the workout or after fight training, here's me. Yacht rock. I'm playing some nice. I see somebody coming up hot. I put my blinker on and move over. I'm like, I know they're in a hurry. They're probably going to work out or something. But so try to come in more on the after workout. You know what I mean? It'll carry you a lot farther. Just be nice. That seems hard for people to do. And oh boy, here we go. It's okay for you to like something I don't. It's okay for me to like something you don't. We can still get along. It's like, do you like to eat? Me too. You like to breathe oxygen? I really do. I love oxygen, Just start somewhere there. Or if somebody, like I was having a conversation, I think with you guys downstairs, somebody the other night came up. I thought they really wanted to have a conversation. About 5 minutes into it, I was like, oh, you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to cut me off every time I was going to say something. Every time you ask me a question, I start to answer it, you cut me off and start berating and getting in my, and I'm like, it's time to break eye contact and walk away. I said, it's time for you to, I turned my back, put my back right to them, I'm like, this ain't going to work, especially when somebody's drinking. Hard to reason with a drunk.
Yeah, that'll add a little variable into the mix, huh?
Yeah, got about 30 plus years of dealing with that.
Oh yeah. So. Anything else stand out from undercover school that you can talk about? It's probably heavy on psychological evaluations, right? Yeah,
and can you see that the situation's deteriorating? That's a big one. Like if you can't see that, you need to be able to see that. But I think the biggest issue is like, you make a mistake on Monday, Tuesday, or mistakes, but then you learn something Wednesday. So you're trying to get better. If you're still making the same mistakes on Saturday that you were making all week, you might have some issues, And a lot of it is like trying to drink from a fire hydrant. I mean, you're getting overloaded, but it's a good training. It's a great training, really. And we have world working partners, and it's that whole iron sharpens iron thing. I mean, at every school I was at, there could have been somebody from the federal government, from Italy, Australia, Norway, Philippines, Canada, Sweden, you name it. And then Poland, and then they want to use us, and they come and then we go observe theirs or whatever. That Africa trip was us. I got invited by a buddy of mine to participate in the first ever FBI sponsored undercover training in East Africa. So, and I wasn't a military guy, but I'd never flown. That's the farthest I've ever flown. I was like, I don't even know if I can be on a plane that long. I was like, what? I would be like an A-team. I'm like, I'll be BA. Y'all need to drug me up, knock me out, and wake me up when we get there. But it was really good.
And Joe Pistone was one of your instructors, right? Donnie Brasco?
Yeah.
What'd you learn from him?
Oh, all kinds of stuff. He's helped me through all this, through the book and everything. Yeah. I saw him. Was it last year when I saw him? I'm trying to think of the last time I saw him. He's still kicking it, man. And he was kind enough to do a blurb on the back of the book. That's the kind of thing you get to. When I was going through that UC school, man, some of the people, it was like me being a kid in a candy store. You know what I mean? I was just like, oh my goodness, man. I was so eaten up with it and the bug. I'm like, man, this is what I want to do. I want to be the best I can be. You know, I see somebody that's like, oh, that's the big wig over there. I don't go, ooh. I go, ooh, I want to get to know that person. Let me see if I can learn anything from this person. But yeah, Joe was awesome. But I mean, there was names that were in that school. Joe's, of course, probably the most well known because of Donnie Brasco, and I mean, here's what a lot of people don't know. J. Edgar Hoover did not believe in the undercover technique. So when he left the FBI in 1972, I'm pretty sure it is, pretty much right after he left, the FBI said, we're working undercover. They got 25 agents. There's a picture, a black and white picture of the first 25 agents to work undercover. They were out of like New York, Philly, Newark, all the Northeast pretty much. And Joe's in that picture. So, and that's when they said, hey man, here's a wad of money. Here's a recorder that's about this damn big back then, and go make a case. There were no attorney general guidelines back then, you know, rules and stuff like that. But yeah, Joe's just been a foundation. And I like to say, some people will get on the kick and they'll be like, oh, well, you know, nobody really works the mafia stuff anymore. It's so outdated or whatever that. I'm like, first of all, you need to pay your respects. You know what I mean? There's people like that who have opened these doors and paved the road for us to be on. Number two, the undercover technique is the undercover technique, man. I mean, I'm connecting with somebody, I'm trying to ingratiate, and I'm trying to find out, are you actually doing something wrong? Are we gathering evidence of that wrongdoing? Are we learning what's going on inside? It may just be intelligence-based and nobody ever goes to jail. It may be criminally based like me, and then after 5 months, you're like, we don't have anything to charge them with. Why? I'm not going to do another 6 months, you know? But whether you're doing foreign counterintelligence, now you can start getting into nuances about how things are a little different in the I-Spy world and whatnot, but for me, the technique's the technique. I mean, you know, if I'm trying to ingratiate and get into the mafia, or I'm trying to ingratiate and get into a violent gang, or I'm going to meet the guy who wants a bomb, you know, it's just, you're still, well, I've said this and it's in the book, but it's like the true definition of undercover, and it sucks when you put it this way, but you're creating relationships that you're going to betray. That's what it is. And that sucks. And you need to figure out how you're going to do that mentally and rationalize it in your mind so it doesn't have an adverse impact on you. And it's not always easy. It wasn't for me anyway. There's been some really close bonds, you know, and you're like, oh man, you know, but it's not like I was going to say, hey, I'm an FBI agent. You need to get the hell away from here, because that would be completely against my oath and unethical and everything else. But, you know, you still like, man, why are you doing this again? You know, you know, you don't have to do this, right? I mean, I don't know why you're doing it. No, I'm in. Okay. All
Tried.
Right. I tried.
Yeah, we'll talk about that with Scott Town. Real friendships, man, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. My boy.
So was that the first, your first undercover op, like your first big one after that, roadkill?
Yeah, big. I mean, it's the biggest, I think, because it lasted 2 years. And I thought we did that case like 2005 to 2008, somewhere in there. And I thought, man, I'm barely halfway through my career, and I'm probably gonna have a bunch more of these under my belt. But as I learned, at least from my experience, as time went on, like you would see a canvas through undercover coordinators or out of headquarters. Hey, it's a biker case, blah, blah, blah. You call, they're like, man, we'd love to have you. And then it either never starts, or you start it and then something goes wrong. A source craps the bed, or somebody gets hurt, or management says, this is too much manpower. We can't put all the, all the resources to this case. But for an undercover, in my opinion, for me, to go 2 years in a violent gang that is doing violent things like carjackings, beat downs, home invasions. There were murders happening around us of Hell's Angel, like the Outlaws killed a Hell's Angel president in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The Hell's Angels shoot 5 outlaws at Sturgis, just stuff like that. I look now, or at least towards the end of my career, especially now, I'm like, man, the stars must have been in a line just to keep that because violent stuff happened, things happen on that case, but to go for 2 years, and it's not like there's not a boilerplate to say, we're going to do this case for a year. We're going to do it for 30 days. You go where the case takes you. If you get in and you find out, holy cow, this person's okay, well, let's try to bump this guy over, you just start learning more and more. And sometimes the hardest decision is on those long-term cases, the hardest decision is when to pull chocks, when to say, all right, it's time to take it down. Because your type A personality and your undercover might be going, man, I know we're going to take it, but just one more meet, and I think I can get this person. I think I'll get intro to this person. Or could be the case agent going, man, we're good. We've got everything we wanted, but we're right where we want to be. We can go. So at some point, you got to figure out, do you have everything you need, and is it time to take it down?
We haven't talked about like biker gangs or clubs, as they prefer to be called, on this show. So give us like a quick idea of what these 1%er clubs are and then how the case started.
Everything's a case by case. It can be a chapter by chapter. And I'm not saying that all 1%ers are criminals, although it does kind of go with the 1%er motto, because the 1%er motto came out around 1960. Vietnam was going on, and guys were getting out of the military, getting out of Vietnam and coming back, and they started creating these biker clubs, and they were doing some nefarious things, a little raucous, and the president of the American Motorcycle Association came out and did a big media blitz and said 99% of all motorcycle riders are good, law-abiding citizens. It's only 1% that are bad. And they took that as a badge of honor, which I think it's kind of cool too. I'm like, all right, I'm a 1%er. But I did used to joke with them. I go, so you're the Outlaws, 1%er. Hell yeah. And you hate the Hells Angels. Yeah. Well, they're 1%ers. Yeah. Wouldn't it make more sense if y'all all bonded together and fought the 99? Or am I wrong? Is that me? Am I wrong on that one? So 1%ers, you're a 1%er club. You're wearing that patch. Does that mean you're doing criminal activity? I don't know. What I saw, depending on chapters, you might have one chapter that's older. Maybe everybody's got a job. Maybe they've already done their time. And they're like, other than some street level stuff, which is still illegal, but not a lot there for a federal case. And then you can go to another chapter, like the one that we were in the Outlaws case. And let's just say out of like 13 to 15 dudes, 1.5 had a job. One had a towing company. The other one was a tattoo artist and piercer, and I don't think he worked all the time, so that's why I said half. Everybody else, straight thug, man. No job, hustling, dope, selling drugs, stealing cars. That's how it started with me. Once they found out I was actually doing criminal stuff, and that I could move stolen goods, they would report their vehicle stolen, so they would get their insurance money. But I would get rid of the vehicle and I would buy it from them at a stolen price, somewhere around 20% usually. And they believed I was moving those to Mexico. So you get through several of those deals and they're making money and we're bonding more and more. We're connecting more and more. And then they carjack somebody and they're like, hey, Tex, we got a car and it is hot. You got to get rid of this thing and it's got a tracker on it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Me and my guys, they won't even know. This thing will be in Mexico in a couple of days, and then you get more trust. And then we started getting into drug deals and everything else. So that's how that case was 2 years. The case team had already been working it, building it up. It really came from the task force guys that came on. There was a sergeant out of Massachusetts State Trooper, and there was a detective out of Brockton PD. And then the FBI opened a case, and they had a case agent. The first case agent changed relatively quick in the case. And then the case agent became one of my buddies. who we actually went through the Quantico New Agents training together. He's the one that actually took me to New York and showed me around places to possibly live because I had no idea what I was doing. But he became the case agent, and we started kicking it, man.
So how do you do your initial bump?
So what I did is they had really good intelligence on certain things, like certain people in that chapter of the Outlaws, and their mentality. There was one guy that apparently loved to be the center of attention, loved to have big dudes around him. And I'm 260 now, but I probably ran around 280 then. I don't know, and held it pretty well back then. Sometimes better than others, depending on how much traveling and drinking I was doing, and how much weight room I was missing. But we had that intelligence, and we knew that they frequented a certain strip club in Brockton, Massachusetts. So I went to the club a couple of times on my own, just to kind of meet people and do my thing. Because I knew a lot how the industry works, because I did used to bounce in those clubs in North Charleston. Those were the bars I started at. I joke all the time. They call them gentlemen's clubs, and I'm like, kind of an oxymoron. I've been to many of them. I wasn't necessarily a gentleman when I was there either. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know about gentlemen, So I went in there, and I kind of got the lay of the land, let people see me, meet me. Again, Massachusetts, I opened my mouth. Can I help you? And I'm like, yeah, I'll get 2 Jack and Cokes. What? I'm like, hey, dadgum, I'd like to get me, Where are you from? I'm from Texas. And then it all culminated one night when they came in after their church meeting, which for the listeners that don't know, there's a mandatory meeting every week, and they call that church. So they had their church meeting, and they all left there and came to the Foxy Lady. And I was in there. I was already on one side of the bar. No different than me last night. I got here late. I think the only thing that was open till midnight was Miller's Ale House. So I went there. I said, Uber me, take me. I got to get something to eat. And I sat at the bar and heard some conversation. I just started talking to people. I was just connecting with people, Sometimes they bite, sometimes they don't. Next thing you know, we actually knew some of the same people. Yeah, the dude ended up being a firefighter who'd taken alert training, and I'm like, oh man. So, but that's what I was doing, and I'm cracking jokes and laughing, and it's getting loud, and that guy's watching. He's watching. He's like, hey, what the hell's going on over there? And he's probably already asked the bartender, who is that? Oh, that's the guy. He's been here, and they called me over. That's kind of how it happened. We just started talking, shooting the shit back and forth, joking. And again, I'm familiar with the environment. I'm a biker, and when I bounced in North Charleston, South Carolina, that's a Hell's Angels state. Hell's Angels used to be in there all the time, and they actually helped me several times in a fight. Looking back on it, I'm pretty sure they were slinging dope in that bar. I was too naive to know that at the time. And when I say I'm pretty sure, I'm saying I know they were slinging dope in that bar. And I'm like, oh, okay. No wonder you wanted to help me in a fight, Hey, at that point in time, I'm not law enforcement. I'm just happy to get help. But, yeah, I knew how the environment worked, and I went over there and started talking. And, the first night, this guy, Spanky, he gives me a couple of cards. He says, hey, when are you coming back up? We're having it's the Lobster Festival. Lobster Festival up in Brockton, and it's like a northeast regional. So biker clubs, outlaws from all over the Northeast. And by the time I went there, I'd already met Scott Town. And actually, I'm pretty sure they had Scott check me out, because that first night, I remember going in the bathroom to take a leak, and I was the only guy in there. Scott comes in behind me, and I see him looking, because I'm looking at that plexiglass in front of me, with the ads at the urinal. And I see him looking, and I see him looking under the stalls to make sure nobody's in the room. And I'm like, oh man, I'm getting ready to get jacked. I bet, because he's a big dude. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like looking, I'm going, he looks pretty daggum tough, One of the few guys I probably met that I'm not sure you could choke, because his jaw literally sits on his clavicle. You could do a neck crank. I'm like, I don't know if I'm getting under here. It's like that, like a turtle. I'm like, man, it's not even cool. But yeah, he comes up and I think I'm getting ready to get jacked, and he comes right next to me and he goes, so what brings you up here? And he starts asking me all these questions. And had I bluffed, I'd have been done right there. Because I said, oh, I'm down in McAllen. He had been to Brownsville right there. I said, I'm from South Carolina. He'd been to Spartanburg, right near where I grew up. I was to Texas, San Antonio, Austin. He'd been to all those places because he used to fight dogs across the country. And I'm like, boy, I'm glad. If I'd have been bluffing, I'd be done right there. And then I started getting invited. So by the time I came back, I was already in touch with Scott. I went and picked him up, and I went with Scott as Scott's guest to the Lobster Fest. Lobster. And the funny part I put in there, I'm like, man, I'm trying not to attract too much attention. Now, even though I'm a bigger guy and with tattoos and stuff, I blended right in there. I mean, there's all kinds of big dudes in there with tattoos and leather and ponytails and facial hair and whatever. But I'm trying to lay low, and they were doing a raffle. So when you go in, you buy your Brockton bucks. So you buy the tickets, and then you use those to buy drinks and stuff. And I won the raffle. I'm like, man, I'm already getting scrutinized. Like people are like, who the F are you? And I'm like, Scott walks in front of me, big dude. He's like, hey, and they're like, hey, big Scott, what's going on? Who the F are you? And I'm like, oh, I'm just his bitch. I'm like, I guess I'm his bitch today. That's it. And I'm following him around. And then I remember they called out the raffle, and I looked and I go, holy shit, I think I won the damn raffle. And I showed it to Scott, and he goes, yeah, you won. I go up there and get it. He goes, you go up there and get it. You won it. And I'm like, no, you go. And he's like, I couldn't say, man, hey, I'm an FBI guy. I'm trying to not be so noticeable. And plus, I really couldn't make any money. That's an attorney general exemption. You have to get the attorney general exemption to make money. And I'm like, I just won like $600. So all I did was walk up on stage, get the money. I walked over, I got 2 Jack and Cokes, and I put the rest of the money in the tip jar. I'm like, that's for you guys. But yeah, and then after that, you just keep bonding, and they start learning more about me. Oh, you're actually into some criminal stuff. Oh, really? Okay. And then they see it, and then they want to take part of it. Then they make money, and again, if nobody's doing anything illegal, I know you get people that hate, and I understand why. But somebody will say, well, if you look, you led everything. I didn't lead everything. That's entrapment. You can't do that. That's like Undercover 101. You don't do that. You can't do that. But I'm like, if you're not doing anything illegal, what are you worried about? Like I told you before, I've gone in, met with people, hung out, trained, shot, whatever, drank, ate, 5 months, nothing. It's like, all right, I'm moving. Something happened. I got to lay low for a while and just ghost. But that case started getting a lot of stuff. We started finding, like I said, about home invasions. I think there was some prostitution in there. But the case team got to see all that. I'm doing this one. I'm doing my part as the undercover, but they're working all behind the scenes, and they also went up on a Title III wiretap. So we're doing all kinds of stuff.
So what is the line then with entrapment? Because does there have to be some sort of predication, or could you set up a scenario? Is it black and white, or is it more gray?
I want to say gray, but really it's black and white because you should know your job, and you should know the rules, and you should know the Attorney General guidelines and our policy and what the law says. I can't go up to a group of white supremacists and have a person of color with a rope in my hand and go, look what I found. You know what I mean? That's kind of like me leading it. If you're broke and you're just trying to make money for your family and you've never talked about dope whatsoever, we have no intelligence that you've worked dope, that we have no interviews that say you sold dope, nothing to do with that. And I walk up and I go, hey man, I got a kilo. If you help me drive it over here, I'll pay you $30,000. Now we're getting into some entrapment. I'm dangling a carrot in front of you. You're not predicated at all. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all.
Yeah, then you're just kind of like testing human nature on a scenario that you
Yeah.
created, right?
Which a lot of people will fail on. Like they would do like some, say you got to test a source to make sure they can tell the truth. I'm like, my source is a pill addict. If you give this dude 1,000 pills, I'm telling you, he's going to fail this test. That's why I'm not giving him 1,000 pills. You know what I mean? It's like, we're going to test him. We're going to give him 1,000 pills and see if he turns it. He's going to go buy it, but we're going to give him a little extra. And we're going to see if he says, you know, if you're testing somebody to see if they're trustworthy, and we're going to see if he says that he actually got 1,000 pills or did he get the 500 that he's supposed to buy? I'm like, oh, he's going to fail. We don't need to test him. He's a drug addict. He's going to fail. I would fail. I'm like, no, you know. So you got to be careful. And again, that's when you're working with the United States Attorney's Office. Let them know everything, and we try to build good cases. And for me, every case, every undercover case I did, everybody pled guilty, except after I retired. There was one base person that had tagged a synagogue. And for whatever reason, in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, they had not prosecuted it. And I guess it's set. I don't know whether they lost it, it's set or whatever, but it came to knowledge and people were like, why? But it's like 4 years after. I'm like, I've already retired like 2 years. And they're like, we need you. And I'm like, okay, why are they going to trial? I'm like, you've got this person, this person. I said, what happens if I don't make it? And they said that he'll walk. So I went up there, I testified for like an afternoon and then came back in the morning and testified and he was found guilty. But that was the only one, but that's post bureau. And like I said, he was found guilty. I mean, you sprayed the synagogue, man, you know? But everybody else, as far as my undercover work went, yeah, everybody pled guilty.
So when you're like, I would imagine you don't want to be, especially in a group like that, they're aware of, or they're, you know, like they'd presumably been penetrated before. They're aware that that's a possibility.
For decades.
Right. So they're like on their shit and, you know, you can't just go in there and be super eager, like, hey guys, let's commit some crimes. Like from your perspective.
There's a scene from, it's an old cheesy movie, Corky Romano. It's the dude from Saturday Night Live. I got it. I use it in training because they dress him up like a white supremacist. He's fake bald head, and he walks in and he goes, "Hey, you guys want to commit some hate crimes or something?" You know, it's like that's what I pictured when you did it. Yeah. It's about that bad.
Yeah, but so when do you know, like, obviously you're proving your bona fides over time. Like you first, like you drop in some breadcrumbs, like, oh, like, you know, Scott maybe have some affiliation with, he's done some things in the past, but like, at what point do you know that it's right to like set the hook kind of, you know what I mean?
I don't know. I just feel it. I mean, I'm just, because it's not like I'm great all the time. It's not like I'm always successful. Sometimes you throw something, you're like, oh, that didn't work, you know? I don't know. I mean, for me, it's just feeling it. You know, now I will say in the Outlaw case, at a year and a half in, we had done a lot of stuff. And at that point, it was like the U.S. Attorney's Office, the case team, me, was like, okay, they've been asking for dope since day one. Now let's try to introduce that. And that's what we did. I said, I let them know that I used to move a lot of dope with my truck drivers and stuff. And we laid that out in breadcrumbs because they'd been asking and think of it from a drug dealer standpoint. If you deal drugs, what do you want? You want the purest quality of dope you can get for the cheapest price you can get, because then that means you can probably step on it at least once and double your money kind of thing. And they knew that I was based on the border, and they knew that my truck drivers, Hispanic, that, you know, went and supposedly took all these vehicles and we moved all kinds of stuff. They believed that I was a high-ranking member of an international theft ring. That's what they believed, and that's what I laid out. And then we upped the ante to say, okay, you've been asking for dope for a year and a half. Here it is. We got Cartel coming in. They got dope. They got to sell it to another group, but that group's out of Canada. Long story short, they don't have their connections at the port of entry anymore. I'm not sending my truck drivers through there unless you got me a guarantee, because that's how I explained I never got cut out as a white guy of the cartel. The whole shipment stolen goods thing is because I was the guy who had the contact at the checkpoint and the port of entry. And I knew all about that stuff because in McAllen, there was a public corruption squad, and they worked that stuff all the time. You get 10 to 15 grand to turn your head for 3 minutes just to let them get through. So 5 to 15, depending on the guy or the shipment. But it was all factual. So all I'm doing is just regurgitating what's real. And then that's when we did up the ante on that one. That one we made it. That was a collective decision to say, okay, we've done as much as we can here. We're where we need to be. They've been asking for this. Let's talk about it and let's see. And that's when we did they helped cover the deal of the dope. We had 40 kilos of cocaine and 1,000 pounds of weed that went from one truck to the next.
Is there a connection between biker gangs and cartels? Just because, just thinking about logistically, obviously the cartel, once you get whatever you're getting in, biker gang is almost a perfect thing. They ride all across the country, that sort of thing. Is there any sort of correlation there?
It could be, but I mean, there's been bikers that work with mafia. It's when I was on the border for those 6.5 years. I mean, you would see Mexican mafia working with Aryan Brotherhood of Texas, which makes no sense because Aryan Brotherhood of Texas was white supremacists. Clearly, Mexican mafia is not white, but their favorite color is green. And, I can get you weapons, you can get me dope. Or it may be the Texas Syndicate or somebody bringing weapons down to the cartel and trading weapons for dope. Because they got the dope, they can't get the weapons as easy. We can get the weapons and that kind of thing. So any avenue that can make money criminally or if it's what they want, right? What's sexy to them? Guns. What else was sexy? What was being stolen the most? I worked with Texas Department of Public Safety. I went to their auto theft people, and I'm like, what is naked, man? If you got a Harley or you got a 4x4 V8, that's all they want. And I'm like, okay, so that's factual. Now I'm going to regurgitate that. That's what they want, and that was true.
So how does that drug buy go down?
Well, it went off good, except the night before, because that's when I got stripped in the basement at gunpoint. I was wired to the hilt, and it was the night before we were supposed to do the deal. And I was called to come to the clubhouse, and I got there, and they hadn't finished church yet, and I was kind of a smart aleck. I was like, I told Joe Dogs, the president, I'm like, well, then what'd you call me over here for, And I didn't think nothing of it. And then I go in whenever they're finally done, and I'm cracking my normal jokes and stuff, and I'm making people laugh. But what I can't see is that when I would look away from them, their face would go stone because they were prepping. I'm pretty sure the entire church meeting was about me and this deal we were getting ready to do the next day. What we learned is that it had gone all the way to the top, supposedly to the national president, who said, has anybody checked this guy? Which kind of defeats the whole argument of we're not a criminal enterprise. Nobody knows what the other one's doing. Then how did somebody know we were getting ready to do a big dope deal that called down and said, I need to be stripped and checked? But the issue was I was wired. I was wired to the hilt. I had probably 2 different recording devices and a transmitter. I had a lot on me. And one of my so-called friends, my second closest connection at that point in the case was the enforcer. His road name was Clothesline, and he calls me in and he says, I'm sorry. He walks up to me at the bar and he says, "Hey Tex, you got a minute?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then he walks me down to the one door I'd never been in, and it's a tight stairwell into almost a crawl space. It's not really a basement. Because it was so tight, which adds to your tunnel vision and oh crap factor. And as soon as I started walking in, another outlaw walks in behind me. And I'm like, this is not good. I know it's not good. And they show me their pistols and let me know I'm not free to leave. And Clothesline tells me he needs me to write down my full name, my address, date of birth, social, everything they can do to search me. And told me to take off all my clothes because he had to check me for a wire. And that was not a good night. I'm standing there naked, and they check me, and I'm talking because I'm trying to not necessarily diffuse, but I'm trying to keep talking to not vapor lock, trying to at least, hey, tell me what's going on here, am I okay kind of thing. And he even tells me, he goes, man, trust me, if somebody accused me of being a Fed, I'd probably smash them in the effing mouth. And I'm like, well, I'm not happy. And he said, I wouldn't be either. And he said, but let me ask you something. I've got my doubts myself. He goes, I know we've done a lot of stuff together, but I got my doubts myself. Wouldn't you be suspect if somebody came to your town and started doing all this stuff? I said, yeah. If they came up to me, I said, but I didn't come up to you. You guys called me. I'm like, look, I said, listen, if nobody wants, I'm going to say it again. If nobody wants to do anything, we don't have to do anything. This deal's done. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I said, I'm doing this because I'm kind of laying that whole thing out. However, I don't sound like this when I'm talking because I'm scared and I'm panicking and I'm having that stress inoculation. I'm having that, oh crap moment. Everything is slowed down. My auditory exclusion is going whoosh, whoosh. That's what I'm hearing. Time dilation. Everything I see is in like screen grabs. It's like click, click, click. Feel your heart beating, hear it beating. Voice gets higher because your throat's tightening up. And as I'm saying all that, he finishes searching me from being naked. So I pull my pants back up. I think I put my boots on. I don't know if I had them on yet or not. And that's when he grabbed a piece of clothing. And when he grabs that piece of clothing, that piece of clothing did have a recording device in it. And he was working his fingers across it, call it kneading. He's kneading it and he's working it. And you can hear on the recording me go, because I don't even know. I don't even know how to do that because I'm just watching because I know I'm not from it. What am I going to do? I can't even stand up straight. But even if I make it past those two guys with two pistols and not knock myself out on the joist trying to fight, I go upstairs and there's 10 more outlaws with a locked door with deadbolts and steel bar across it, but he missed it. He missed it by a hair. And as soon as he missed it and he hands me my stuff, I go into jovial because it's also a self-defense mechanism. And I'm like, well, can you hug me now? I'm like, can you at least hug me? I'm like, I'm glad I didn't wear whatever I said. Either I'm glad I'm wearing colored boxer briefs or I'm glad I'm not wearing white, whatever. And then in Clothesline even says, he goes, yeah, this is scary. What we found out later on is that was their MO. We found out later that anytime they thought somebody was a snitch or a Fed, they carried them down there and they stripped them and searched them. And there was one female they did it to. They even put a knife to her throat. So I'm like, okay, well, I didn't get the knife, but I did look for plastic on the floor. And I told him, I said, well, I was looking for plastic. I said, had I seen that, I don't know. I would have tried something because I know that wouldn't have been good.
How'd you find out about all the other people that they did that to? Did they tell you afterwards?
Just the case team working law enforcement, just traditional law enforcement stuff. It might be maybe that girl reported it. Maybe she got picked up for a charge and she was being debriefed and who knows? It could be, but it's just law enforcement. Good old law enforcement work.
So you had recording devices on you, and I'm just thinking this is 05, 06, so I'm sure technology, it was probably better then, but I'm sure it's way better now in terms of,
you would think.
You could probably have like a little button camera or something now, but this was something like he should have felt it sort of thing.
If he would have kept going with his fingers, yeah, he would have felt it. And it would have, yeah, it wouldn't have been good. I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know what I would have done. I mean, everybody always asks, what would you have said? Well, there was one thing I would have said, because when he grabbed my clothing, he said, hey, I'm not going to find anything here I don't want to, right? Like some pictures of my old lady. I think he said naked pictures of his old lady. My response was, because I'm freaking out, you can hear it, if you hear the recording, it's like, I'll go, I don't know, I hope not. I'm like, I hope not. And I would have said, if he would have said, what is this? I probably would have said, I don't know, some naked pictures of your old lady. The only other thing I had was I would have said, hey, the gig is up. I'm an undercover FBI agent. I can walk out of here and we can see each other in court, or all hell's getting ready to break loose. Do
you think that would have killed you right there?
I don't know. I'm sure if we talk to them now, they'd be like, oh, we were just messing with you. But who knows? I don't have a crystal ball. I know I didn't feel good. I know it didn't feel right. I knew it was bad. But if they'd have found something, would they have said, get the hell out of here? Would they have just beat me down? I don't know. I'm glad I didn't have to find out.
Yeah, but just like given what you know about those guys, you spent a lot of time with them.
I know Clothesline was capable of shooting and killing somebody because he told me of several instances where he tried to kill somebody and the gun didn't fire, or he almost got killed on a home invasion and luckily the guy's gun didn't fire. And so, yeah, I mean, it's there. But I also found out after all that happened, because Clothesline's the only one that didn't show up the next day to do the deal, and I took it personal. Shouldn't have. I mean, I'm Scott Payne, the undercover FBI agent, not Scott Calloway, the real high-ranking member of a international theft ring, now getting back into the big dope game. But the next time I came back in town, everybody knew that we were going to have to settle it man to man. And what I found out from Clothesline is that he felt so bad for having to do that to me that he got trashed that night out of his mind and just passed out and slept through the whole thing the next day. That's how bad he felt for having to do that to me. So that kind of sucked too, because once he told me that, I was like, oh man, this dude really does like me, you know? So there's things you got to deal with. I'm not saying I dealt with them great. I'm not saying it still doesn't hurt, you know? It's like, or make me feel bad, you know? But I also took an oath, and I'm a law enforcement officer, and I'm doing my job. And if you want to look at the old Bugs Bunny cartoon where the sheepdog Ralph clocks in, and it's the coyote, Sam. It's like, morning, Sam, morning, Ralph. They clock in. All day long, this one tries to steal the sheep. All day long, this one protects the sheep. They fight. At the end of the day, they clock out. See you in the morning, Sam. See you, Ralph. I mean, that's kind of, it's the game, really, you know? They're trying to do illegal stuff and not get caught, and we're trying to catch them.
And we haven't talked about like how close you and Scott Town were, but do they teach you stuff in training to like to try to solve for getting too close to people or to ensure that those lines don't blur?
I won't say it's like a lesson plan, like this, a cornerstone of the school, but you might get a me or another named Pistone or somebody that may tell you their personal story and lessons learned. I mean, of course we're going to talk about, look, that's really not your friend. You know, it's just like developing a source. I mean, you know, you can't go hang out with your source. That's a conflict of interest. You know, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, I'm going to go have a few drinks. Well, maybe I'll meet you. No, not while you're a confidential source operating under me, because that's a conflict of interest. Work all this stuff off, then maybe we'll go have one, you know? So you'll get that. I mean, but I'm human, you know? Again, that guy and me are we're so much alike. So much alike. I mean, completing each other's sentences. And you see, at least I've seen it as I've gotten older. Like, I can meet somebody and you're like, man, that's a pretty cool dude. And then just one night, 3-hour conversation sitting in a hotel room, and it's as if we've known each other our entire lives, because it's a kindred spirit. Like, you're like, I totally connect. And now when we go out, people think we've been together, like we've been best friends since high school. I only known him for like a year, you know? But sometimes you run into those kind of people that you have such a connection with. And that was Scott, for sure.
Did you ever have any moments where you were, you know, like, hey, Scott, you sure you want to go on this? Or like,
yeah, I did that. I didn't give away that I was, you know, an undercover FBI agent, but he at that point had 4 girls, and he had told me a story of him almost going to jail. Like somebody got wrapped up in a conspiracy, and he said he was looking at 25 to life or whatever, paid a bunch of money to get out of it. But I was just going off of what he said. And I'm like, and I'm said on that whole drug deal thing, I'm like, why are you doing it? I mean, you said you got out of that stuff because you didn't want to be put in prison and miss time with your daughters. And I'm like, I just reiterated what he said. I'm like, why are you doing it? I mean, don't do it for me. Don't feel like you got to do this. And he said, no, man, I'm in. And I'm like, okay. But yeah, the last words to him he didn't know it was the day of the takedown, obviously, but he had reached out to me. I was in Nevada putting on training, undercover training, and I got back way late. And I can't remember if that's a 3-hour difference from Massachusetts or not, but whatever. My phone was chirping. And I went over and I checked it, and there was a message from him. So I chirped him up and I said, hey, and he was like talking all raspy voice. And he was like, hey man, your truckers got arrested with Big Tim. And I go, oh, really? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I just wanted to let you know, I don't know what's going on. I said, well, they weren't up there for me this time. I said, they do things on their side, on the side for me. I said, last time I had him up there, they picked up the vehicles from him or whatever I said. And he basically said that he was going to get ready and find out what's going on and call me back. And I said, okay, I'll try to figure out what's going on. And the last words he said were, I love you, brother. And I said, I love you too. And he didn't know when probably like within 40 minutes, the SWAT team was going to be hitting his house. But that one hurt.
Yeah.
That one hurt. But lives change. And so do people. And it's possible those people could become very good friends again and pick up right where they left off.
He's not in prison, is he?
No, he's out.
He's out? Has he reached out to you or anything?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Scott, if you're listening.
I can either confirm or deny.
Oh.
So I need to ask if it's okay to say anything, but that kind of gives you your answer.
Okay. Interesting. So how long after the
love that guy though. How about that?
Well,
I'll say that.
There you go. Take from that what you
there
will.
You go. Love that guy.
How long after the drug operation was the actual takedown?
I think it was like another 6 months. Yeah, because it was a 2-year case.
Okay.
So I did. Yeah, we did the drug deal, and then I don't know if the murder of the Hells Angel president happened after that. But we were doing the Sturgis runs. We were doing the Daytona run. I say we, the case team and me. It was down in Daytona. And then as I go in great depth in the book about, I'd done too much in a 3-year period. Wasn't necessarily that case. It was just, don't get me wrong. Being stripped in a basement at gunpoint when they almost find your wire is a very stressful event. At least it was for me. And you don't know if you're going to die or not. But I will say that the 3-year period, I did way too much. I'm a workaholic. I get it honestly from my parents, that work ethic. But I kind of took the warrior mentality of, hey, we're never going to stop. Put a Band-Aid on it, keep going, rub some dirt on it, jog it off. Kind of thing, and I applied it to everything in my life, and it ended up being a little detrimental to me because after a 3-year period, I was at a point to where I wasn't taking days off because I didn't want management to be mad at me for being going on undercover because I was still responsible for running my own cases and sources, SWAT, all that other stuff, running the firearms and tactical training for the McAllen and Brownsville offices, and I got to the point where I could drink an entire pot of coffee and fall asleep. I was a zombie. I'd get a sinus infection. Before I got off the plane in Boston, I'd have a sinus infection. I was on inhalers, decongestants, antihistamines. I was taking ephedrine. And yeah, I crashed. I actually had a panic episode at the hotel in Daytona. I got up after a long night of drinking, finishing it with some eggs and bacon at a Waffle House or something. You wake up and you can still feel it and hear it. It's going, and you're like, oh. I'm like, I feel disgusting and I'm fat. I'm going to do a workout. So I start doing like a your own little workout in the hotel room, mountain climbers, burpees, push-ups, air squats, sit-ups. And I think it was the burpees because I suck at them. I got a lumbar fusion. Apparently, my body doesn't bend the where it's supposed to hop back up. It's kind of like me on a boogie board. I need a long one. I need a long one, man, because I can get my elbows up and my knees will be right on the edge, but I can't bend anymore. I'm like, come on. But yeah, I had a panic attack, and then I didn't finish. I should have said, at that point, I should have said, man, you just need to time out, punch out your card, tell him you got to go home. But I didn't. I took a nap, woke up, went out, started drinking, self-medicated, hung out with Mongols and outlaws all night, fights and stuff like that. But when I got on the plane to fly back, both my connections, both flights to get home to McAllen, I was out cold. And when I got home after that, I probably slept close to 20 hours the first day. But for 5 days, I slept over 16 hours a day. And I wasn't depressed or sick. I know what they feel like. But I was worn out. And I say a former buddy. I still like him. I don't know if he likes me anymore. But he was one of the best undercovers I've ever seen. He had called me that Friday morning. And my nickname in the FBI was always Big Country. And he said, hey, Country, how you doing? And I said, not too good. So after about an hour of talking, he had me, I talked in a circle to where I realized, and he helped me realize, you should probably call Safeguard. And I called him and I said, man, I think I'm crashing. I don't know what's going on. And I think within 2 weeks, they came down and did an on-site assessment. And we call it DNR. They do not recommend me to continue. But they said, you're not going back to Boston, but you can finish the case out on the phone. So for the next month or so on the phone, I told them a story while the case team can get all their warrants and all their affidavits and complaints and indictments and stuff done. I told them that I was going to be getting a divorce, that I had to relocate my wife and kids to El Paso. But once I relocated them, I'm on my way to Massachusetts, because by that time, Scott Town had it approved from the top for us to create our own motorcycle club, which was going to be the Righteous Few. I helped pick the colors for it, come up with the design, talking to him on the phone. If I'd have made one more trip, I'd have got my colors.
Damn.
But he had it approved. We'd be the number one support club for the Outlaws in the Northeast. And while that was happening, there was a guy, Big Tim, who had met me and knew about my dope deals and stuff like that. And by this time in his life, Tim Sylvia, not the fighter Tim Sylvia had probably spent more time in jail than out of jail of his life. And he called me up and he's like, hey man, when you coming back up here? And I'm like, man, I don't know. He's like, hey, you know what kind of business I'm in? I think I am. He's like, well, I'm in that magic powder business. I was like, yeah, the white or whatever. And he's like, yeah. He basically tells me on a recorded call that if I can get him a price of $18,000 a kilo, he had enough money to buy 10 right there. So, and he had some vehicles for me. So I called the case team and I said, look, he's hitting me up. I know he wasn't on our periphery, but do you want him? And they were like, yeah. So I set that up. I had the truck drivers go up, and literally, if you see the recording of the truck drivers doing the deal with Tim Sylvia, you can hear me, because the truck driver calls me, and I talk to them, and I say, hey, I tell him, and they put Tim on the phone, and I'm like, hey, he had a 7 Series BMW, brand new, and he was going to report it stolen like on a Friday. I said, do it Saturday. It gives me one more day for that to start tracking. I said, because when they cut it on, it's not even going to be in the United States. And then they asked me how much to pay Tim, and I told them how much to pay him. And my understanding is when they were loading the vehicles, he hit them up for the 10 kilos, and they said, yeah. And that was the reversal that ended the case. So
you mentioned a couple things. Safeguard, that's like the psychologists? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
It was actually created by Joe Pistone. The Safeguard unit is a psychological assessment unit. It was created by Joe Pistone and Dr. Steve Bann. Steve Bann was an FBI agent, but he was a psychologist prior, right? So still a clinical psychologist, and they came up with that whole game plan of like you come in and you do several psychological tests, that MMP2, it might be an open-ended sentence thing, the last time I relaxed, and you got to type whatever, my mother is, my badge and gun, or whatever, things like that. And there's all kinds of other tests. Then that spits out your scores on a graph or a chart. Then you take a break and you're going to sit down with a clinical psychologist. They may be an agent or they may be somebody contracted in by the FBI. And then after that might be an hour. And then after that, you're going to sit down with somebody like a Joe Pistone, a seasoned undercover that's going to talk about things that those tests and that psychologist didn't. Things that are more for it's definitely for your mental well-being, but they're checking on you. Because in other words, kind of like the whole thing where you can't bullshit a bullshitter. You can't UC a UC. We use undercover UC as a verb, right? Like, don't UC me. You know what I mean? But then they can ask you, man, how's the support at your office? How's it really at your house? And things like that. And that's the process. So if you're an active undercover, you have to be assessed. It's mandatory. And sometimes you get DNR'd. And I've been DNR'd twice. Seems like there was a third time, but I don't know. I definitely remember twice.
So their I don't want to say diagnosis, but their assessment is that it was just burnout?
Yeah, they diagnosed me as overassigned. But that's my fault. I mean, the Bureau didn't do that to me. You know what I mean? I volunteered. Again, the only thing I was responsible for being is a case agent. Firearms instructor, SWAT, running firearms and tactics for the McAllen and Brownsville offices. In the last 3-year period, if you were to look, the majority of the top 10 cases on the squad were mine. The majority of the top 10 sources were mine. I was the principal relief, which is if the boss is gone, you run the squad. And then I'm undercover and I'm active. And I think that was it. Oh, I had a family. Oh, wife and daughters and doggies. So where do you balance? So I didn't balance very well in the beginning. I thought I was. And then when we moved to Tennessee, I said, man, because I'm rebuilding myself now after the crash. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to have my plate this full anymore. I'm not going to do it. That's how I'm going to balance. But by the time I got to Tennessee, I was probably in the office 3 months. I think within 3 months, I was already the undercover coordinator and the lead tactical instructor. And I'm like, And I start looking at my plate and I go, well, this looks very similar. And then I realized, I'm like, okay, clearly I like having a full plate. I just need to make sure I can balance it better. So I started setting up tripwires and accountability buddies to jerk a knot in my tail until I was wise enough to say no, because I had a problem saying yes too much. And then if I took ownership of something, I didn't want to do it half-ass. I wanted to do it all the way. So that's what I did. And it ended up working out pretty good. So yeah, the job may require you to be out for a week with very little sleep and crappy food. But at the end of that, take a couple of days off because the job will still be there. When you retire, they'll talk about you for a few years if you made an impact. But after that, the job's going to keep going. But your family, I've heard a lot of people talk about being around people or people who were facing death. And you never hear that they were like, man, my cases, or man, my car. It's always when you're staring death in the face, it's usually, where's my family? I love my family, and that's for me. My faith is God first, family second. Everything else falls well behind. I include dogs in my family, by the way.
As you should.
As I should, yeah. It spells God backwards. But I am a workaholic, and I'll get wrapped up because I'm goal-oriented, but we have some codes. Like me and my wife had some codes. It's like, hey, I need you. And I'm like, oh, aha, all right. Screw you guys. I'll see you later, drop everything I'm doing. And I'm trying to do way better at that now, especially in semi-retirement.
Well, given a person like you, I think you can probably because you could go just as hard at something like this. Obviously it's a different thing, but you can probably work yourself into a place that is similar doing what you're doing now.
Yeah.
Going out telling your story and you're still doing a lot of active other stuff too, trainings and
this since
full.
the book launch, man, I'm doing better this week, and last week I did, but boy, probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was burning out, man. I was like, man, I was getting a head cold. I was like, dude, I'm stuck in Hollywood, stuck in the airport. I'm like, I just want to go home.
Well, I'm glad we got you on a good week.
Yeah.
But and then one last thing, you mentioned fights. Like what could you, like, I guess legally, like what could you participate in?
We're doing the Roadhouse. Okay, so you can't rip his throat out, but you can hit him in the throat, but you can't rip the whole thing out. By the way, named Dalton, right?
There you go.
I'm like, how can I forget that name? The Attorney General guidelines state that you cannot be involved in an act of violence unless it's self-defense. But for me, it's all going to come back to. But we won't get into this because some people will be like tradecraft. I don't remember any class telling me what I can punch and what I can't punch. But what I'll say is I was in a fight. I was in a couple of fights actually. And I was able to articulate in my report that even though it appeared that I was fighting, and I kind of was, I wasn't actually punching a lot of people. I was picking people up and throwing them away from the fight, staying in roll, hopefully looking like I'm fighting, but I'm actually putting them towards safety. And there's a recording of it. I mean, you can hear me yelling, back the F up, back the F up. And it's really loud because where the microphone was at. But I'm like, back up. And the dude's like, I'm backing, And then at the end, the crazy one that started the whole thing is like a schizophrenic drunk, I think. Because he's like, I'm sorry. Hey, it'll never happen again. I'll kill you. And you're like, what? You're confusing me. And then he comes swinging. Tomorrow I'm going to tell my brother and he's going to kick your. I'm like, what? You're like 40. You're telling your older brother to come whip us? Okay, man. I feel like I should be on the playground somewhere. But yeah, they come back and that dude swung at me. I'm like, what are you? And he swings at me and then I flip him around and do a mixed martial arts move and choke him out. And but I was able to articulate that, look, I squeeze him and he's bleeding so bad. I'm just like, look, this dude, I'll pick him up and says, I'm like, this MFer can't even hold his own blood. And I'll throw him back, right? So you're articulating.
Yeah.
But if you got to get in a fight, you got to get in the fight. I mean, look, you mentioned earlier, you started with like, I'm probably going to be humble, and I am. There are men and women out there that have done way more than me, undercovers. There are, they've been through more harrowing things. And if we keep doing the technique, which I believe we should, you're probably going to see some other things. It's just like being a proactive cop. If you sit in the cul-de-sac and you wait for them to give you a call, you might not get in a lot of stuff. But if you are a proactive cop and you're going to the high crime area and you're looking to stop illegal activity, you're probably going to get in a car chase. You're probably going to get in a foot chase. You're probably going to have to use force. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, like DEA, ATF guys and gals I've met. I mean, stuff happens, Me, I document everything, and the recording's there too. So, but yeah, I mean, I was in another fight at that club, the Foxy Lady. It was a talking thing. I'm trying to diffuse it. I get the guy talk back. I finally like, okay, I'm really on the verge of really looking like a wimp in front of all these outlaws that are watching me at 280 pounds and 6'4", flat foot. And I'm like, I'm supposed to be tough. And I'm like, and then I got that dude down. And as soon as I got him down, I was like, man, I think I'm still okay. And then the next one was in my face, his buddy. And it ended pretty quick because I said something, and before I finished the sentence, he was swinging. And I fell back because the whole back wall was a bench, I guess for more dances. Just line them all up, That's the dancing conga line all the way down. But yeah, the bench was right behind me. So as soon as I went to dodge the punch, I ended up sitting right down. And I was trying to dodge him. I counted, he hit me like 3 times. And at that point I was like, that's gotta be good enough for self-defense. But yeah, I mean, you don't want those things happening, but sometimes you're in those environments, I mean, that we'd be in there just wrestling around doing stupid stuff. Like, hey, you ever seen this move? You ever had this move done to you? And you're like, the next thing you know, I got a finger between my ribs separating. I'm like, oh, dadgummit. I'm like, well, I like this one. Next thing you know, we're wrestling over tables, knocking shit over. And the surveillance team's like, oh my gosh, are you okay? We about came in there. And I'm like, we were just playing around. I mean, it hurt. I'm going to be bruised for a while, but yeah, I was just playing around. It's testosterone.
Yeah, I would imagine. After the Outlaws case, you get transferred to Knoxville.
Mhm.
And again, I recommend people read the book, but there's some characters and some insane, nutty people that you run into at Knoxville. But like I guess you pick what you want to talk about in terms of like what stands out from
You mean
those
like,
times.
so that Undercover I did that's covered in the book?
Yeah.
So once I got to Knoxville, kind of picking up from where I left off, talking about my plate was getting full. After about 6 months there, I'd only been in town for like 6 months. And all I was doing was I was on part of a squad that just runs sources, develop and run sources. So I had like zero exposure, if any. Well, yeah, barely any exposure, if any at all, to law enforcement in the area or the U.S. Attorney's Office or anything like that. So I switched squads, and I went on an interview with an agent and a task force officer, and it ended up being what looked to be a good public corruption case with possible dirty cops and stuff like that. And the source wanted me. He's like, I only want to work with you, which is common. It's kind of like, he met you, you came up with the idea. We tried to introduce him to some other people because I'm like, this is too close to home, I thought. And he said no. So I started looking at it, and I'm like, man, I have done the undercovers for a long time, deep cover, where I'm all the way across the United States. There's a lot of cons that come with that, not pros, cons. I said, well, maybe I can try this. And I did. And eventually I ended up being listed as full-time undercover. But that was a public corruption case. I mean, we're in the rural counties in East Tennessee, in the Appalachians, and there was some there's some crazy stuff that happened on that case, man. There's some characters, man. But still wise criminals, man. But that was kind of during when I first started learning about the opioid epidemic, because even though it was a public corruption case, I started befriending all these people who were friends of the cops, reportedly bad cops. And I was buying pills and stuff off of them. And they started calling me the Marlboro Man because I was selling purportedly stolen cigarettes kind of thing. And what I found is in that East Tennessee town, they could get their pills and they could get their whiskey, but they did not like paying that much money for cigarettes, So that worked for us. And then again, I was kind of like a theft ring guy. But we were uncovering carloads of people going down at least twice a week to Fort Lauderdale. So that was Broward County at that point in time was the mecca for opioid. They would go down there and they would doctor shop. So you could go into a doctor's office from out of state, just pay cash for your visit. They cut you a prescription for all your nice opioids. Back then they had the Oxy 80s. I mean, and they went for $1 a milligram on the street. So that's an $80 pill. And then they would load you up with Oxy 80s and load you up with Roxy 30s and everything else. And then you didn't even leave the building. You walked out of the doctor's office, under the same roof was the pharmacy. So you fill the script. Then you drive down the street to another doctor and do the same thing. And so they weren't keeping track of it at all back then. And we were uncovering a lot of that. But with all that pill abuse and those kind of people on the socio status there, lower poverty stuff, there was some crazy people. I went to cockfights, which was kind of something that's been there forever. That's kind of what they do, but it's a slippery slope, right? You got a cockfight going on, you see cop cars there, and you're like, well, it's illegal, but it's cockfighting. You go, but it's illegal. And they go, yeah, but we've been doing this our whole lives. And you're like, okay, but what about all the people dealing pills and cocaine right here in front of the cop? And then I went in there and asked for a beer. And they're like, oh, we don't serve beer. That's illegal. And I'm like, I laughed. I think I offended the lady. I'm like, yeah, you're worried about a liquor license? You're fighting animals here. And there's cocaine and pills all in the parking lot. I can go get that if I want it. I was just wanting a beer, I'll bring my own next time. But there was some. Some of it is very, very sad because you get old guys with pills, and you get young girls addicted, and the stuff that's being done for an addiction is just, it's terrible. It's sad. But that case went pretty good. And then we got a constable that was dirty. I mean, heck, he sold me cocaine. Hey, Scott, come here in the bathroom. I'm like, what do you want me to come in the bathroom for? You want some of this? I'm like, you're a constable. What are you selling me cocaine for? All right, yeah, I'll buy it. And then another dirty cop. But it kind of fell through from getting where we wanted it to, because some of the players, and by players, I mean like the dirty constable, when he went to recruit the other cops who had been reportedly being dirty, he came in too big, scared them off kind of thing. Or maybe they're not dirty. I couldn't prove it. There's an awful lot of smoke there, not to be a fire, but just saying. But that's the problem with a lot of those cases. You interview somebody, they go, I know for a fact Scott Payne's dirty. Well, how do you know? Well, because my cousin's sister's brother is dating this girl, and her son saw Scott, and I'm like, that's not good enough. We can't indict somebody for that. We need more. And that's kind of what happened. But yeah, there were all kinds of characters in the book. I'll tell the listeners that some of it's pretty graphic, but it's true. I mean, you got like the Johnny Two Fingers guy who lost his fingers. Everybody in town knows he lost his fingers because he was having sex with a donkey, and I guess the donkey didn't like it, reached back and bit 2 of his fingers off. Yet he still lives in town. You know what I mean? I'm like, so everybody knows that that's how he lost his 2 fingers. And they're like, yeah. And I go, and he knows that everybody knows that's why he lost his 2 fingers. And they're like, yeah. And I go, and you still live here? Why would you not move? Make up it was a wood shop story or something, man. But yeah, that's crazy. Crazy stuff. But that was a full time. I ended up getting a house up there. So we could kind of have people come to my place instead of me go to theirs. You know.
Any other funny ones stand out from that time that you didn't put in the book?
Oh my gosh. No, I think everything. Well, I think everything's in the book. Well, some of it maybe not, because some of it's just vulgar. I mean, I laugh because I got a dark sense of humor.
Well, you have to, right?
Yeah, but it was there. There were some pretty good incidents where there was a new agent who had just come in, a prim and proper female, well dressed, and here I am looking about like I am right now, and we're going to meet a source of information who gets in the car shirtless. You know, he's on probably like his 8th pill of the day. But yeah, they tell those stories about Johnny Two Fingers, and then there was one that was apparently a cocaine pill party, and supposedly law enforcement was there, but a German Shepherd was having relations with the female. And I'm saying, when I'm being told this, I'm like, so is this where they film this stuff at, you know? And but yeah, there's a story in there where she's the girl who was having relations with the dog, which is illegal, by the way. She starts yelling because it's hurting, and the way the guy tells the story is like, yeah, so we all went in up, we pulled the dog off, and I'm thinking, oh, you're gonna stop it. And they put socks on the dog's paws because it was actually the claws that were hurting her. Nothing else, no problem anywhere else, just put socks on the dog. So I'm like, so in my legalese, I'm like, so you didn't stop said sexual act, you furthered said, well, yeah, I mean, she wanted, I'm like, oh my gosh, man.
Good God.
Yeah. So, but there was some bonding in there too, man. One of the guys, Mike, he, after that case ended, I'd leave my undercover phone on for the case. I never cut him off right after because I'm like, I don't know. What if somebody calls? What if somebody threatens? Whatever. And he called me. He would call me even after he'd been arrested, man, and be like, hey, buddy, it's your boy Mike. I just want you to know I love you. I know you're just doing your job. I'm like, hell, I love you too. I mean, except for the illegal part, but yeah. It's like I've told so many people, if I've arrested them or whatever, I'm like, look, I don't do it with pedophiles, but I'm like, I'm not saying you're a bad person for what you did. I'm not saying I think you are. I'm not saying I disagree with what you did. I'm saying you're an adult. You chose to break the law and you got caught. And here we are. So let's just start right here, you know? And that's why, like you said earlier, I mean, the friendships, they're real, you know? I mean, they may be completely cut off once they find out, but not the ones I bonded with. They still, you know, hey, buddy. Or just go being a uniformed cop. I mean, like, I tell people this because people are like, oh, are you worried about this, that, and the other? I'm like, well, there's always a chance for danger and violence, but I'm like, I was a uniformed cop. I mean, how many people you think you arrest in a year or 2 years? You don't think that they're out of jail, and you don't think that you don't run into them at the grocery store, at the movie theater, at Walmart, whatever, Target, whatever your flavor is. You know, it's like, yeah, you do. Because you don't, it's not, when you work for state and local, so like you're Greenville County, you get threatened, Greenville County is not going to move you to another county. It's not in their budget, number one. You know, number two, they're just not going to do that. You're just going to get a bunch of cops. You're going to go knock on the door. Say, hey, we got reporting that you are planning to do something to me. We got reporting that you describe what my girlfriend looks like, what car she drives, that she's got a kid, and then the place behind me has chickens. So, what's up with that? We're in the FBI. You're at the federal level. If you hit the threat button, a threat assessment team will come in, and once that ball's rolling, you have no control. You're going to get moved. You're not going to have you're probably not going to get a choice, you know? And I've seen people moved who didn't want to move. And I'm like, because at the end of the day, when you take down a criminal case, criminal, not foreign counterintelligence, you take it down, well, you get arrested. At some point, you're going to be sitting with your defense attorney, and you're going to have all the discovery. And you're going to hear that recording, and it's going to be me. And you may not have known I was the undercover up until that point, or you may have figured it out right when it happened, but you're going to know. And it's like, I'll never do the Outlaws again. I'll never do a club that's friends with the Outlaws. You know, that's kind of the way it goes. It's almost like a one and done, you know? But that's the way my mind works. I'm like, I've seen them. I'll go up and talk to them. Hey, man, how you doing? Now, I've also been, I did remember being at the Criminal Justice Academy, and they have inmates cooking and doing all kinds of stuff like that. I was in line, and I heard, Officer Payne. And I'm like, I look over, and it was a dude. It was not an easy arrest. He may like me now, but I'm pretty sure he didn't like me that night. And he's like, it's good to see you. And he's putting food on my plate, and I'm going, I don't know if I'm going to eat that. Not because I'm saying he's a bad cook, because I'm saying, I think he might have done something to this food. So I'm going to head off campus today. But yeah, in that case, there's plenty of crazy things in that case, but I know you want to get into the.
Yeah, pick the book up. There's plenty of funny stories in it. But all right, so yeah, you go to the Joint Terrorism Task Force in 2016, right?
Yep.
So I guess before the base, can you tell us about the murder for hire stuff? Because some of those are wild. Is that when you did those?
No, those are we just put the murder for hires. I took like a couple of really what I think are cool stories. I didn't do all of them, but I just threw them into one chapter.
Okay.
Because that goes the pedophile was in San Antonio, Texas. So I can't even remember what year that was, but it would have had to be from 01 to 08. Probably somewhere in the middle. A pedophile who had been locked up for molesting a kid solicited somebody to murder the kid, or solicited somebody in jail to help them find somebody to murder the kid. And that's how we got the call. You have to know that when you're looking at people in jail, it's like a shark. It's like sharks in the water looking for blood. Everybody wants to get they want to get out. They want their sentence shortened. So if they can get information, they'll call their attorney right away. Hey, I got a hot one, you know, and then a lot of times that's how we get information. But this one came in, and the case agents out of San Antonio called me and said, hey, this is a murder for hire. And that was, I think I met the guy twice, got everything we needed. He admitted that, yes, that was the kid that he wanted murdered. And that then he went a little farther. He's like, I also like to get their family, the rest of the family, and they're up in Wisconsin. And I was like, how'd it go, dude? I'm like, well, I'm not against going and traveling, but let's deal with one at a time. And And once we had the second meet, they charged him locally. The Bexar County Solicitor's Office charged him, and he pled guilty. Once he found out it was undercover, he pled guilty. The molestation was probably 20, and hiring me to kill him was 10. But one was 20 years and one was 10, so he got 30. So that was like one of the quickest undercovers I've done, one of the most satisfying.
And you went to the prison to talk to him?
Yeah, I went to the jail. Yeah, the county jail. Yeah, I had to go in there with all the angry relatives and baby mamas, and everybody's screaming in the stainless steel, and it's all echoing. I'm trying to get a recording. I'm like, man, y'all be quiet. I'm trying to get a recording. But yeah, that was a good one. There was I've done some there's some in there that are like the bombs. I kind of throw them in there for the murder for hire stuff, because essentially, if you want me to provide you with a bomb, and you're talking about murdering somebody, those are in there. But there was a crazy one of the last ones I did, actually. Was this the last undercover? No, I was doing the militia stuff before I retired. But it was a murder for hire out in Ohio, and the lady's name was Tammy, and man, she was a character. What we learned, we knew they wanted to do something, and we came in. It was me and a task force officer came in as like biker dudes. Shocker. One percenters. But what we learned is that her and her husband and her son was running dope for the major drug dealers in this town. So he knew where all the dope, the money, and the weapons were. They were hiring us to do 4 home invasions, and by the end of it, murder 2 people. But some of the crazy stuff with her is that we're riding around looking at some spots, casing them out, and she's like, now, if you need somebody tortured, I'm really good at torture. I love torture. And I'm like, torture? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, all right, we're driving. I'm driving, and she's over here, and she's clawing herself. She's probably tweaking a little bit. She's scratching her skin and shit, and she looks pretty rough, like she's been on something, you know. She looks older than she should. Yeah, she's like, yeah, I love torture. She goes, you can take a clothes hanger and bend it on the end and shove it in a man's penis and then rip it back out and then pour salt down the penis. Now, you're doing a lot of what the dudes in the back of the truck were doing. It's like, oh my gosh, oh, Lord help me. And I'm going, well, that looks like it hurts. That sounds like it hurts. And then she's like, and you can take a PVC pipe and shove it up somebody's anus, run barbed wire up in there and rip their anus inside out through the PVC pipe. And when we pulled up to the red light, I kind of leaned over and I'm like, why are you so angry? And she's like, oh no, I'm not really angry. She goes, I just like torture. And I'm like, well, do you want to do these things? No, I'm too well known. No, but if you need somebody tortured. And then we're riding to the next place to case out that she's telling us where everything's at is, she says that her husband had went on a cocaine bender, for several days, and cocaine or meth, I can't remember, but it was one of the uppers. And he didn't come home, and she couldn't find him. And she said, I told him to never do that again. So when he came home, he passed out so hard because he'd been up for so many days. He didn't even wake up, but he was naked, skinny man. Giving you a visual here. Very skinny man. She put a 2x4 under his back legs. He's laying down asleep, puts a 2x4 under his back legs, an industrial stapler, and stapled his nutsack to the board. And he didn't wake up right away. But when he did, picture, you're trying to get up, but every time you move, it's pulling the board that's stuck to your backside. And she was telling it, and I'm thinking she's lying. She's got to be exaggerating. But when we pull up to a red light, my buddy in the back was like, man, you really don't like men, do you? And she's like, well, I've been unlucky in love or something like that. And that's when I leaned in. And after all that stuff, I was like, you watch a lot of slasher flicks? And she said, oh, that's all I watch. And I go, aha, all right, now we're making some sense. But we did confirm with the husband on the next visit. He said, yes, she did that. And like, you still with her? He's like, man, I ain't never had nobody ever do nothing to me like that. And I go, oh, shit. You come over here, I'll punch you in the mouth. I don't know if that'll get me, you know?
He said, God, I love that woman.
I never had nobody staple me to a board. I was like, whew. Well, yeah, it's crazy stuff. But,
God, man.
but by that time in my career, I'm just having an inner dialogue and I'm laughing because I'm like, these are my people. And what I mean is, I don't mean like these are my people. Like I'm just saying that my skill set leads me to these environments. I go, this is what I'm good at. I'm not in Wall Street. I'm not out here doing, security fraud or high yield, but I'm just not. This is me. I'm driving a truck. I got tweaking meth heads in my seat, flakes of skin flying everywhere, toothless people in the backwoods, but they can shoot. So, yeah, that's just a couple of them.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I found it comical by the end. I'm like, I should know these are. I'm like, we thought we were going to meet the husband because we thought it was his deal, and then we go into the garage and he's like, well, really, that's my old lady's. That's not my plan. And I'm like, well, then where's your old lady? He's like, she's asleep. You want me to wake her up? I said, well, I didn't come out here to talk to you. If you're not going to be the one running this thing, I'm here to make money. So, and that's when he goes and wakes up Tammy.
I'm afraid to wake her up.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's funny, man. All right, so yeah, let's talk about the base then. So I guess I hadn't heard of this group or even groups like this prior to hearing you talk about
it. A lot of people have. A lot of law enforcement hasn't.
I bet, man. And it's pretty shocking stuff that we'll be talking about. But I guess similar to the Outlaws, just explain to people kind of what this group's ideology is and then how you ended up getting into it.
Sure. So the accelerationist white supremacy view goes like this. Number one, they hate the government. So don't think Republican, Democrat, right, left. That's not it. They hate the government. They want a Hitler's Germany. That's what they want, which is what a neo-Nazi usually wants anyway. But with accelerationists, they go about it by different means. An accelerationist is their views are this. They don't believe there's a political solution that can save the white race. They believe that society is going to collapse on its own or from man-made events, and they want to accelerate. They want to speed up the collapse of society because in their mind, when the collapse of society happens, then they can come in, clean house, and have their own ethno-state. That may not necessarily mean the entire United States, but I can tell you that when I was in the base, my cell, CELL, was looking at property. My cell and the Maryland cell were looking at property in the Appalachian Mountains. There was a Northwest, Midwest, Detroit, out of Detroit area in Michigan. They were looking at property in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The Pacific Northwest, they already had property. The leader of the base had property in the Pacific Northwest. So that kind of compound idea, we run our own thing. We are our own doctors and everything. Again, not a lot of afterthought on some of that stuff, but that's the idea. And they want to do it through like guerrilla warfare tactics. You're not going to see an accelerationist out on the street in a hood and a robe or walking down the street with signs protesting and yelling racial slurs. They don't want to do that. They believe, number one, that makes them a mark, lets everybody know who they are, and it does no good. What they believe is, let's do guerrilla warfare tactics. Let's do small attacks like we take out a power plant or power grid. We take out a water system by poisoning it. You kill lefties. You kill anti-fascists. You kill non-whites. Burn their businesses, stuff like that. Slash their tires. Anything to create chaos, to start the downfall of society. So a lot of times when I'm teaching, I say, like, remember that year when everything was being burnt and towns were they're sitting up on a hill and they're laughing. They're like, man, we hope the cops start shooting these people start shooting the cops, when we can come in and clean up afterwards. And that is one of the plots we uncovered in that case, something very similar. They were going to start popping rounds at a Second Amendment gun rally protest that was going to be in January of 2021 in Virginia, because the governor at that time was a Democrat who was running pretty tough on gun control. So they knew that like militia, Second Amendment, 3%er people would be there. They knew there'd be protesters and probably cops. And their idea was, hey, if we can pop a couple of shots, maybe nobody knows who's it coming from and everybody just starts shooting each other. Maybe that's the beginning of the Boogaloo, D-Day. But I will also say that what I learned through time of being in the movement and working those types of cases and developing sources of information afterwards is that when we were doing the base and there was Adam Waffen, that was kind of like the two main accelerationist groups. Everywhere else, it was kind of considered cringe. By the time, let's just say a year or two after we took down the base, like we were being told that 90% of your white nationalist groups were all claiming accelerationism. And that's not good. And also, in most accelerationist groups that I was aware of, if you scratch the surface enough, whether they say they're pagan or the Christian identity, most of the ones I interview were pagan, but that's not to say that they're pagans for real. Just like white supremacists take the Bible to come up with the stories for Christian identity, which is not Christian, it's not Christ following, it's called Christian identity. It was totally white supremacist. They were doing that with paganism. I've got good friends who are pagans, peaceful, spiritual people, and what the white supremacy movement was doing with that, kind of like Hitler, he was looking at Norse mythology and stuff like that as well. They're taking it and twisting it to their own ideology. But what we found is if you scratch enough in a lot of these groups, there's usually a member of Order of Nine Angles, or there's some other groups out there now, and those are heavily satanic white supremacy groups. And when you look at Order of Nine Angles and others of that nature, they are big, at least they're proponents of, and if you get into their chat rooms, you're going to see some horrific stuff because they're big on sexual abuse, rape, and pedophilia.
Oh,
yeah.
Like big on it, like how or why? Like
advocating for it.
How do you, but what's the justification there? I didn't. Fortunately and unfortunately, I didn't get to infiltrate one of those groups. But yeah, I mean, this coming out more now. It's just satanic stuff, man. You know. So if I'm painting it into the siege culture, which is that accelerationist view, probably when the Boogaloo happens, they're saying they're just gonna rape kids and women all they want. Because people in the base said that. They were like, hey, because I told them, I'm like, hey, I ask, hey, I see we're always talking about this. We're going to get our own ethno-state. We're neo-Nazis. Yeah, bam, 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 bam. I haven't heard you guys talking about me getting our own compound or getting our own ethno-state. I haven't heard any of you guys talk about procreation for the white race. You know what I mean? And I've got a woman, but she's not being shared. So, and that's when the two of them were like, oh, we're just going to rape the women. And I went, and I smirked, and I looked at the one guy who had a girlfriend, and I go, you guys don't have a lot of experience with women, do you? And they're like, well, what makes you say that? And I go, that might work for a little while, but at some point, you're going to have to go to sleep, and you might wake up missing a few parts, you know? So, yeah, but it just gets dark. You can just see some really bad stuff. So we started hearing about the base, I think originally from our world working partners, because it wasn't just American. It was a worldwide, transnational ties. I mean, we had members in the base. It ebbs and flows. Some come in and leave, but we had members in Australia, Canada, South Africa, Germany, UK, I think Norway too. Popping in. So how do you end up getting into the base?
Well, they were actively recruiting, as they always did, which is another scary thing. Kids gaming online, or you're hitting these things where you're like Discord, Telegram, Gab. There was Wire, Riot, Threema, 4chan, 8chan, 12chan. There's all kinds of stuff. There's probably well more now. But all of those kind of sell as being encrypted, kind of like a WhatsApp kind of thing. So being encrypted, and you can do vocal calls on it, or you can talk, or you can just post. And I'm not saying that of course, all of that's not set up for bad things, but I'm telling you, bad people go there to use that stuff. So they were recruiting actively on Gab, and I went in there and I answered some of their stuff. They always left their email at the bottom, and save your race, join the base, show some training, and then there would be a propaganda video for recruitment. And once I got in the group, the standard was this. Every video we did for propaganda had to be better than the last one. That was the rule. It's got to be better than the last one, got to be bigger and better to recruit more. So I answered, and after about a week or so of going back and forth in emails, being drilled and grilled on all kinds of things, I'm answering them, and then I was told to download the Wire app and hit their moniker, and I got my moniker, and I ended up doing, it was the July of 2019, I did about an hour and 15-minute panel interview on Wire. I mean, it's probably like I think I've counted like 4 or 5 voices. I knew the leader's voice. He went by the monikers Roman Wolf and Norman Spears. Roman Wolf and Norman Spears. His real name is Ronaldo Nazaro. An American citizen. Army. Intel. Had some kind of contracting job with the Department of Justice at one point. Villanova grad, but somewhere in there took a radicalization turn, and now resides in St. Petersburg, Russia, with a Russian wife and Russian kids. And I would bet, even though I'm retired, I would bet he's still on a no-fly list. But yeah, they would always say, well, he's not the leader. There's no leader in the Bay. He was clearly the leader. I mean, he was the leader. I mean, he would hit me on the side. Hey, you've been a great asset to the ranks. You know, you're really killing it out there. And, you know, had we not uncovered things, we might have pushed it farther and maybe be my own cell leader or something. I don't know. But we started uncovering murder plots and crazy. I mean, they were saying crazy stuff, but again, saying crazy stuff, you got to kind of get really specific on, like, I'm going to kill you kind of thing in a text or an email. That's a little more direct. And now I can say, yeah, you're clearly threatening me now. But just to spew hate, I mean, you can walk out in the street and say, I hate every racial slur you want. So you're sitting there, you're listening to all this crazy rhetoric, and sometimes there might be some alcohol, sometimes not. And now you're starting to hear, like, when the boogaloo happens, I love my parents with all my heart, but I'm going to have to ask the question, are you fascist? And if the answer is no, that automatically makes you anti-fascist, and the penalty's death. I may very well have to put a bullet in the back of my dad's head. And then the other one says, I could do it, but I'd cry myself to sleep every day. I think I'd rather somebody else do it. And then the other one, who I thought was way more farther down the path, because he was messing with 09A and stuff, actually said, you guys are farther than me. I don't think I could kill my parents. And I'm sitting there just listening going, what in the hell, man? You know, would you say that if your dad was sitting here right now? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we? And then if you want to say, oh, they're just kids going through a phase and they're spewing shit. Okay. But then they took overt acts in furtherance of those crimes. You know, scouting houses, going by the house, looking to where they thought an Antifa couple lived. I was there. You know, we'd scout it, look at it, talking about what we're going to do. The game plan changed a few times, but you're talking about going and buying catch bags that attach to your AR. So if you do have to shoot, it catches the brass so you don't leave it. You're talking about using a revolver, using a silencer so no brass is ejected. You're talking about research that has been done to the point to where we're going to leave all of our electronics at a campsite. We're going to go to a pay-by-the-hour motel. We're going to scrub ourselves, make sure there's no dead flake skin that can come off, Vaseline on facial hair, balaclavas so nothing drops, like hazmat. You're going to tape your sleeves to your gloves, your pants to your boots. And the eventual plan was 4 of us were going to enter. One was going to stand guard at the front bay window, while me and the other one, I was requested to go and help murder everybody. And it didn't matter if there were kids or animals. They didn't care. And then we're going to set the house on fire and burn it to the ground. That was one. The other plot was with the Maryland kind of Delaware crew, and that was the one on the gun rally. But those guys, the Baltimore FBI, unbelievable case agent, Rashid Harrison, he was working it so hard out of Baltimore, and the case team in Seattle and everywhere else. Everybody was busting their tail, but they got a Title III wiretap, and they were watching these two guys in their apartment and listening to the conversations there. Holy cow. Like I thought some of the stuff I heard them say was crazy, like when I was there, but the stuff they were coming up with on their own in an apartment, I was like, dude, I mean, the dude's got a 6.5 Creedmoor with a $6,000 thermal scope. They made a ghost gun for the Canadian who had absconded here illegally after being found out of being a white supremacist. They actually messed up because when they went to shoot it, they made the ghost gun, but they went to shoot it, it was double firing every time. So they changed that because they were getting stared at. They didn't want to have something illegal. And he had a thermal scope. And I helped them sight them in. But they were talking stuff like take out a cop at night, because if you take out a cop, well, as soon as he's done with the car stop, whatever pulls up, and boom, just pop him right in the head. You go down there, now you get a bulletproof vest, you get another weapon, you get ammo, whatever things they've got because it was all about building your kit. Everybody's building their kit, man. Some people have got a good kit going, some are just starting. This is the best gear to get. Condor sucks or whatever they want to say, and then you need to get this stuff. I mean, some of these guys were no jobs other than maybe a side hustle here and there. I'm talking there's no 9 to 5, right? And they've got several guns, a lot of ammo. They've got plate carriers. They're wearing Cry Precision JPC plate carrier. That's the same thing FBI SWAT wears, same thing HRT wears. I'm like, where did you get the money for that shit, Now they didn't have any like Daniel's Defense weapons or anything, but they had good stuff. And you see all that and all that planning, and then we were able to collect evidence of them doing acts in furtherance of to appease the local solicitors or DA's office and the United States Attorney's office. And we ended up taking it down like the week of the 17th in January of 2021. Is that right? 2020. No, 2020. Sorry, COVID year. COVID was already here. Nobody was calling it COVID yet. It was 2020. Yeah. So 2019. That was only a 7-month case for me, but it was a fast-paced, almost 24/7 case because the more people you identify, the more cases are being opened. And they're being opened all over the United States in different field offices. So once a month, we would get everybody, case teams and everybody on one call. There was over 100 people on the call, and you're dealing with overseas and you're dealing with this. And they ended up, that was some crazy stuff with that group. But we were able to thwart the attack.
Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm just thinking about like, and you trained with them to, I guess, make these propaganda videos, but also like build yourselves up skill wise. And I'm just like, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. There's like former tier 1 operators that are teaching CQB on freaking Patreon these days. Like, how good were they like tactically? And
well, the first time I met them face to face, and I got checked face to face, and they almost found the tracker. Like in the first 2 to 3 minutes, they almost found the tracker on my truck. I was like, what the heck? Another little scary moment. But he missed. Luckily, he stepped away, and I lived to fight another day. But the next day, we did firearms and tactics training. It was led by a 19-year-old kid. No military. His dad took him to the gun range, apparently, and maybe gaming. But it was good. I'm lead tactical instructor, not saying I'm something awesome. There are people all over the United States that got my skill set and better. But if you've had that training and you're an instructor, you can do that. Of course, I wasn't instructing them. I let them teach me. I'm not going to help them get better either because it's not smart, right? But yeah, we're out on a 100-acre property shooting submachine guns and pistols. And I'm like, I hope they don't turn. You know what I mean? You're like, and I'm like watching from the back. Because when it started, I'm like, the instructor in me, I'm like, I'm sitting in the back because I don't know what kind of. I'll tell you, the guy, the cell leader, Luke, and Pestilence was the 19-year-old. There, I was pleased to see that their range safety was good. It was good, and I was like, okay, I feel a little better about shooting with these guys at least. And but I'm talking about just quick firing and quick, not necessarily quick peaks, but it made me think several things. It made me think when I went back to the office to run the FBI's training, I told everybody, I'm like, y'all need to, I know we would tell you to take it serious, but I just spent 4 days or 3 days with this violent white supremacy group and a 19-year-old led carbine training, and it was good. I said, it's not the best, and I did see some things they messed up on, but they could probably get the drop on a lot of average Joes. So it's just like, dadgum, man. And then you start uncovering more and more. But yeah, that was it. It's all about training, preparing for the boogaloo, building your kit, your belt, your ammo, your uniform. Of course, they wore camouflage. I infiltrated them. We wore camouflage, but only Flecktarn, because that's the German camo pattern, right? And it's the best for anywhere because the Germans said it was, right? So that kind of stuff. It was crazy.
Scary, man. Just think about what kind of damage, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, hopefully they learn the error of their ways. I mean, there are great things. If you get out, you can go to Life After Hate. You can meet people who are just like you or were worse than you, and can help with that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, that's scary. And then the blind eye of the parents thing, that's the putting on the blinders. I'm not a fan of helicopter parenting, but I'm also desensitized to a lot of crazy stuff. So when I was watching my girls, and I put like an app called Bark, you put that on the phones, they will notify you. I don't know how many people they got working there, but they read everything. I mean, it'll hit you. You can set the sensitivity. It'll send you, hey, there's firearms talk, there's suicide talk, there's drug talk, there's sex talk. They'll flag it all. Now, I didn't go confront my kids on everything, but I watched it. My wife probably would have nutted out if she'd have seen some of those things, but I was like looking, I'm going, I mean, as a father, no, I don't want to read this, but this is normal. This is, you know what I mean? Just let me kind of keep an eye, because you hear these people, and it happens in law enforcement anyway, but you can show the parent the video. This is your son committing this crime. And they go, that's not my son. It is as your son committing the crime. He even says, I'm your son. Watch me commit this crime. You know what I mean? And it's like, not my little Johnny. And I get it. That's being a good parent. But also being a good parent is not turning a blind eye and engaging and paying attention, because you don't know if because evil people go to these places to groom people and to recruit people. And you can't tell me, or you're not going to sell me. You're not going to sell me on the fact that you thought it was just a phase when, I mean, like at least once a month, a bunch of dudes are coming on your property with Flecktarn and balaclavas, and we're shooting submachine guns. And it's not like we're not talking about what we're planning on doing. And then you come down under the awning of the barn and have a few drinks with us, and you hear all the crazy rhetoric. And then you know your kid doesn't really have a job. He didn't have a car till the end. He bought it and it wouldn't run that good. But he's got bulletproof vest and ammo and rifles and then he's got a shrine right there in his room, which is the skull that's now been cleaned of the ram that was stolen, and we sacrificed at a ritual and drank its blood and carried its head around. That head is now clean. It's the skull with the horns, and it's got swastikas and other white supremacy stuff with some runes for Norse. And on one side of the skull is Mein Kampf, Hitler's book, and on the other side is the book Siege, which is the whole accelerationist view. That was just 7 months. Yeah, that's more than a phase, buddy. And you can hate me. I know you want to hate me. But I'll say this to the dad who's been interviewed and said some things. This is what I'll say. I was just as shocked when his son told me we were going to go kill somebody, I thought we were going to put up posters and flyers because that's what it was looking like to me. But the case team knew something. They thought something was up. And they're like, but why did he say bring guns? I go, I don't know. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, and that's it. I went to the house. He walks out and he says, well, essentially, we're going to whack some people. And I'm like, it's way different than putting up posters. And that's what I'm talking about. And then I talked about all the research that was done. It was also, he'd researched that, I don't know where he read it, but apparently when people murder somebody for the first time, sometimes they lose control of their bowels. So he was suggesting we all wear Depends.
What are those?
The adult diapers.
Oh.
Adult diapers. So if you crap or pee yourself, you don't ruin your clothes. I'm like, I didn't say I never killed anybody, but I looked at him and I went, I think I'm okay. I don't need diapers. But yeah, that was a crazy wild ride. And there's just, am I going to say there's millions of white supremacists out there, neo-Nazis ready to take over? No, but thousands, sure, man. And I mean, a lot of them hop from one group to the next, but and then recruitment still happens. And it kind of goes for me, if you look at like a cult's recruiting techniques, or you look at a gang's recruiting techniques, even the biker stuff. Hey, you're a brother. This is your family. Hey, you took a lick for the club. You're doing like 4 years in prison. Don't worry. We'll put money on your books. We'll take care of your wife and kids while you're out. Doesn't happen at all. Then they get out and they're all pissed, So maybe they talk to us. Maybe they don't. Or that whole street gang, we would have beat you in. Blood in, blood out. This is your family. Is it? Because I've sat in the room with many of them with nobody else in there. They say one thing over here in the group, but 99% of the time out of 100, when they're in the room and I've laid out my case, or my buddy or my peers have laid out their cases and what evidence we have against them, it's usually a different ballgame at that point because it's just us sitting in a room. And again, I'm not coming in here swinging telephone books and say it. No, I'm like, I come in there being me, hey, here's what we got, But they tend to go to broken homes. They go to outcasts. They go to people who can't fit in and have a need to belong, which is kind of a human trait anyway, right? We're kind of bred that way. And then they harp on that. They hop on it and they're like, okay, this is your family, So it's out there. It's crazy, but even my co-writer, she's a journalist, a Canadian journalist, and she did a lot of stuff in the past with like the radical jihadist type, like Islam stuff, the radical stuff, terrorist activity. So when she got into this realm and we got to know each other, it's just in all forms of extremism, it kind of ends the same. It's kind of the same thing. Far left extremism, they eventually, like a lot of them want socialism, which means they want stuff for free. Hitler's Germany, it's socialist. They're running everything. But this over here, you end up with your ethno-state. Over here, you end up with whatever they call it. Over here, you end up with the caliphate. It's all the hate, division, and then, and I crack a joke. I'm like, yeah, because surely if we just had nothing but white people, we'd have no problems at all. Right? Wrong. I'm like, wrong. That'll fix everything. I don't know. I've met some there's a lot of white people I don't like that much,
Damn, dude. All right. So you said a couple things there I want to come back to, but just thinking about like when you're there, like just sitting around a fire with these guys, with these kids, really, and they're just like spewing this like insane, hateful rhetoric. Like, how much do you have to, like, just for the sake of an example, they're very anti-Semitic. Let's say one of them's going off on like an anti-Semitic rant. Would you have to just like once in a while just like chime in and be like, yeah, totally, F the Jews or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Or would you, in order to sell it, like have to come with your own, like you're the guy that starts or initiates, like, you know what I mean? Like how much do you have to lean into it?
Well, I don't want to use the word start or initiate because that's going to get people thinking of that entrapment thing. But I need to know, like in the siege culture, and that they use the matrix, like you've been red pilled, right? So they say red pilled a lot, which is always comical to me too, because everything's red pilled, blue pilled, black pilled, all from Matrix. And I'm like, you know that the actor Lawrence Fishburne is not a white man, and you're a devout white supremacist neo-Nazi, and you're basing everything on it. Okay, all right, whatever. But you need to know your red pill moment. For me, being a Christ follower, it's like when I was saved or when I was baptized. You need to know because you don't just become. So do I have to have something I'm on? I did. Yeah, I used things that were really in my life. Like I got jumped by 8 black guys in school. I was fighting one of them, I thought, and I got jumped by 8 and nobody helped me. I crawled out of the bathroom taking fist and feet all the way out. True story. But I used that and twisted it for my belief there. Or seeing grown men when I was too small and too young to be able to do anything, grope my mother, who was a very pretty white blonde female, in a gas station in front of me as a kid. And she's like saying, "Get off of me," and nobody's doing anything. So those are true stories, but I used them for that. So that might be my red pill moment. Now, if I'm in a white supremacy group, you probably are going to need to be able to, and by probably, I'd say you should be able to, you may have to practice and rehearse, but you should be able to say those bad things and it not come off as you are completely uncomfortable doing it, because you got to be believable. You got to be able to sell it, because at the end of the day, you want the targets or the bad person going to bed saying, "That was a good day." You don't want them laying in bed going, "Something about that Scott guy, man. I don't know. So it's got to be believable. It's got to look as real as it can be. Yeah. So that's why I make it as real as it can be.
How old were you when that happened with your mom?
Oh, I don't know. I was a kid, little, but I remember it. But yeah, so being believable, and are you going to have to? I would venture to say yes. You're going to have to say something. You're going to, or they're not doing their due diligence. Really, I mean, that actually became a recruiting mechanism, because after every time the base got infiltrated, whether by a journalist or whatever, and then let's say 2 weeks later they pull out of the main group, they've never met anybody, or they met somebody once, but now they're out of the main group, and now they're putting out their news article, and it's doxing or letting everybody know about these people. It would always come back to, how did that happen? How can we make it not happen again? How can we not let it happen again? And after Patrick Punished Snake, the Canadian, got doxed, someone even mentioned, well, when you met him face to face, did you ever have him say anything like the N-word? I mean, they didn't say the N-word, they said it out loud, but they used racial slurs. Tell me about how much you hate, a slur for Jews, because the journalist that infiltrated in Canada, the journalist that infiltrated Pat, my personal opinion is, the first time I saw a video of him, I'm like, how could you think that guy's a neo-Nazi? How could you think that guy is a national socialist? How could you think? Because I'm looking at him going, that dude screams Antifa, lefty, there's a not scream. And I didn't say that because I don't want to help them get better, but somebody did pick up on it and go, well, why did you ask this guy say this and that? And Pat's excuse was, or reasoning was, he was just so lonely up in Canada. He didn't have anybody, because he didn't. He was a man on an island by himself as far as the base went. So that's why he went out and put up flyers. The journalist answered the flyers, much like I did. And he ended up going through the same process I did. But when it was time to get vetted face to face, it was Pat that met him. So, but yeah, they try to get better each time.
Dude, it's wild too. Listen, and you can hear some of the recordings from those like interviews where, there's, for example, there's some kid that's like, oh yeah, I'm like, they're like, I guess what percentage white are you? What's your breakdown? Yeah. And he goes like something like, oh, I'm like 85% white and 15 or something minuscule. I think it was Hispanic or something.
It wasn't Hispanic. I want to say it was Italian or something. It was something that wasn't white.
Yeah.
He didn't say Hispanic, but he said something that wasn't white, and you can hear Ronaldo, the leader, go, "Yeah, that's probably going to be an issue.
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem." And you're like, "Dude, I missed it by that much." You're like, "All right, well, next up for you is the Vice Lords." So go try to join the black gang.
And yeah, you mentioned some like the ram head. So I guess like as far as like the spooky ritualistic stuff, what was their like?
Well,
MO
they
with that?
they bastardized paganism is what they did. The first blot I did, the BLOT, for the listeners that don't know, it's supposed to be a spiritual ceremony. But the guy that led the first one I did was actually pretty legit. He was, even though he was a member of the base, he had that belief system. He was a Satru folk assembly, I think is what it is, a Satru folk. But he had been in there, so he knew like the real pagan rules, and I think he was a priest. So he led it, and that was a more, other than slicing your finger and bleeding on the wood and lighting it on fire and praying to your gods until the fire went out. I'm like, dude, I can't remember which I don't know if they use kerosene or gasoline, whichever one burns longer. Kerosene burns longer.
I don't know.
Dude, that thing, I was getting tired of praying. That thing burned, and I'm like, all right, next time, can we get something with the flame dies out a little quicker? I'm like, it's like 100 degrees in the woods, and I'm like, getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Drink your mead and all that stuff. But that one was led better. You could tell he knew more about Norse mythology and leading a blot. But by the time we did the Halloween thing, the guy that was leading it, he didn't know. He said some things, and he said it was the sacrifice of the ram to Odin is going to Valhalla. That was going to signify the beginning of the wild hunt. And in Norse mythology, the wild hunt is essentially Odin and a bunch of gods going out and just laying the smackdown to all their adversaries. But if I'm getting that right, but in the twisted version of the base member leading it, the wild hunt was signifying us starting this kind of cleansing race war. We were going to start taking out non-fash, anti-fash, lefty, non-whites. So what means from him, I didn't hear. But by the end of that weekend, I did start hearing more, because I guess at that point I'd gained enough trust to be brought in to the murder plot in Georgia. Mm. And we kept working it, man. And there was a lot of moving parts to delay things, to speed things up, we knew the ticking time clock. Once I was able to slow down the murder plot by pointing out some things like, hey, you did not do a lot of wherewithal. You were so thorough on rules and what we're supposed to do just to go put up flyers, which I'm like, why do we need to do all that? It's not illegal to put a sticker up on a daggum pole, but whatever. You were so thorough on that, and this is just willy-nilly. Why? Why are you so, what's the haste coming from? He said, I'm just tired of waiting. But I was able to point out that my backstory was a site survey specialist. And I'm like, man, I can do this and this and this. We can find out what all's in that house. And it'll be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I do this. This is what I do for a living. I'm like, I go over here, I look at mercantile, residential, demographics, crime, schools, all this stuff. I said, I can do that. And that was able to slow that down. So now the ticking time clock was that Second Amendment gun rights rally in Virginia. So we did it all to where the week before that was supposed to happen is when we took everybody down. So if we start on Friday I fly to Baltimore, meet that case team. Saturday, drive up to Delaware, help those two guys, the Canadian and the other guy, former Army, sight in some weapons, go to their apartment and talk about trying to get them. There's certain things the case team and the United States Attorney's Office would like to get if they're willing to say, to kind of put the nail in the coffin. And we were able to get it all. Again, divine intervention for me. It just kind of, you can't just take over it. It's tough to figure out where to fit in stuff. Again, like I said, chess game, you're trying to stay 4 moves ahead, but I can't just blurt out hey, what do you guys plan on this? You know, but everything flowed just right. And I see an end, I bring that up because you don't want it to look suspicious. So we did that. So Saturday, I'm with them all day. I get back late to Baltimore, a couple hours of sleep, fly to Atlanta, drive up to North Georgia to meet Helter Skelter, trying to seal some things with him. We go back to the house to look at it. Me, Luke, and Helter go out and look at the house. And then I think I go home for a couple of hours. I come back because I was asked to vet with Luke, a new member, a former Army medic. Little did he know he was joining a group that's going to be taken down in about the next 24 to 48 hours. And then I just ended up staying in town because it was so late when we got done. I met with the local SWAT teams that were going to be doing the hit. And we thought that out of everybody that was going to be arrested from the Georgia crew, you know, Luke's on that 100-acre farm. It'd be kind of better to get him off and instead of trying to sneak on, with neighbors calling and stuff like that. It was just a safer option. So I did a ruse. I picked him up for lunch and we're driving and I feigned that something was wrong with the truck, pulled over on the side of the road where I was told to. And as I'm doing a distraction thing and the car comes up and I'm like, hey man, what the hell are you doing here? I can't believe I'm walking over. And then while I'm doing that, Luke's kind of looking at us, but I see in my peripheral, the Bearcat coming over the hill. It pulls right up to the door, turd out, and everybody's like, don't move. And I'm like jumping in the truck going, go, go, go. So it started with Luke and then they picked up Helter Skelter and Pestilence and kept it real quiet. That was Wednesday. Thursday morning, early a.m., FBI Baltimore SWAT, FBI Washington, D.C. SWAT hit those crews up there. And then by Friday, it's coming out. So I watched it all unfolding from within, watching the chat. I'm not answering anybody. I'm acting like I'm ghosting. I'm like, I'm not there. And they're like, has anybody heard from Pale Horse and blah, blah, blah. And I said, wait a minute, this thing now, the affidavit's coming out. It says that there's a Fed in here. Who the hell's a Fed? How did a Fed get in here? And then by about 5 o'clock or so on that Friday, Nazaro comes in and he goes, I don't know if we could have done anything to find him. He said he's actually been one of our best members, and he starts kind of laying this thing out, and I go, okay, he knows it's me, because he's gone back and looked, and then as I'm reading that, then the next thing I get is, you've been removed, or Roman Wolf has removed you from the group. And I screenshotted that, sent it to everybody, and said, and I'm out. But yeah, it was. They had some coverage in there from another guy who wasn't law enforcement, but who came out the day after, because I guess he said, okay, this is enough. Now I'm going to blast the crap out of your Telegram channel. And he gave all his recordings to Southern Poverty Law Center, and they had a bunch of stuff, and there was my voice on it and everything. But there was some coverage in the group. So after I got kicked out, there were like, the case team printed it off and set it at my desk, highlighted it, but it was like, wait a minute, you're saying Pale Horse is the Fed? And it was like, there's no way. That was one of the most solid neo-Nazis I've ever met. And then another one was like, is that the guy with the deep voice on the calls? And they're like, yeah. And they goes, there was something really endearing about him, And I'm like, so my joke to the squad was like, see, they really do love me, But yeah, that was a wild one, man.
Yeah, it's such a crazy case, dude. And I realize we kind of glossed over it. I know you've told the story, but just like real quick for people that aren't familiar with the actual, like how you guys sacrificed the goat, can you give us the quick?
Yeah, sure. The quick dirty. They kidnapped the goat. They wake me up. It's a ram goat. I don't know the difference. I've asked people who own rams and goats, and it's still not clear to me. It was either a big goat with horns or maybe a smaller ram with horns. I don't know. But they kidnap it. The Eisen names the goat Gar, short for Garfield, which is his middle name, named after his grandfather Garfield. So I'm like, so we're naming what we're going to sacrifice. Okay, all right. They kidnap it or steal it, and they wake me up. They're like, hey, wake up, you got to see this Pale Horse, like, what is it? The ram? We got one. They were supposed to go like way away. They went like a mile down the road. A guy that had 3 goats or rams in his backyard, they almost got caught doing it. Luckily they didn't, because I don't know if anybody would have shot that night or not. And then, yeah, Eisen is grooming it because he's going to lead the blot. And he's showing it love. I was told I need to show it love, have no negative vibes. Don't let the goat hear me saying I feel bad for it, because this is a good thing. It's going to Valhalla. And I'm thinking, I don't know if the goat thinks that, but we ended up, I asked the case team, I'm like, man, I can't think of anything. I said, I'm pretty sure we're getting ready to go down here and sacrifice this thing. And I can't think on the top of my head right now, policies or whatever. I'm like, is it enough to shut down the case and me blow it, right? I said, but if you guys want me to not take part of this or you want me to stop it, tell me. And I sat there what felt like forever. And nobody called, nobody said anything. And my last words into my call to them was, I guess I'm going down here for this sacrifice. And we went down there, and Eisen tells the whole story about what the wild hunt's going to be, which I told you. And then he has like a machete type blade, and he does a couple of practice swings. Now everybody's getting antsy saying, just do it. And we're all on our knees in a circle around the goat. And he comes down as hard as he can with the blade on the back of the neck. I think he was thinking it was just going to chop the head off. But I don't even know if it broke a hair. I don't know if the blade was dull or the back strap was so thick, but man, he hit it. All you heard was thunk like that, and you hear bah, and I'm like, oh crap, man, because I was at the back of the goat. And then somebody says, do it again. It may take more than one swing. And now I'm picturing just blood going everywhere, in my head, like this is going to be a slaughter. And then somebody says, does anybody have a pistol? And one guy did. And they pass the pistol over to Eisen, chambers around. He points towards the goat and then turns his head the opposite way. And we're all in a circle. And that's when the instructor, I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's like, what? I go, dude, look at what you're shooting at. We're in a circle. So he looks, he puts it right to his head, pops it, hits the ground. It kicks for several minutes. I was of the opinion he needed to put another bullet in it, because we are supposed to love this goat and it's supposed to go to Valhalla happy. So he put another one in it, and somebody, you can hear on the recording, somebody's like, yeah, now he's definitely dead. And then they, you think you're done? They slice the throat, fill up a cup full of blood, and Eisen had brought a sheet of acid, and he was tearing strips off for almost everybody did it, but he was tearing strips off for members, and then you chase it with the blood to signify the sacrifice. And by the time it got to me, and it was my turn, because I was holding a flashlight for Eisen, so I guess I might have been last. I'm not sure, but I was definitely close to last. The blood was already clotting and coagulating, and it was just chunky. And I'm looking at it going, man, I don't want to turn this up and have those chunks of blood all over my nostrils and stuff. And I think it was pestilence that gave me an out that I could just taste it. So I dipped my finger all the way deep into the blood, come out and sucked all the blood off my finger. And then for the next day was shot because everybody was still high on acid, almost everybody. And then we were back to training Saturday, man. And lots of firearms, more propaganda videos, bonfire, burning American flags, holy Bibles, death to your Jewish God, F America, all this stuff. And you're standing right there in the middle of the woods with them.
Day in the life.
Yeah, man.
Damn, dude. Well, yeah, man, I could keep you here for 6 hours, so we might have to have you back when you write that second one. But yeah, so real quick, I know like people don't typically ask you about your SWAT experience a lot, but could you give us a quick story if there was like a hit that stands out or something fun like that from your time on the SWAT team?
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of crazy ones. I mean, we would do like torching the gate, 6 a.m., Hermanos Pistoleros, gang member, probably near Laredo, Texas, and we're hitting that at like 6 in the morning. And like, I still have the Under Armour shirt. We had the flight suits at that time, and they're trying to fire up the torch, and he's hitting it and it won't start. And he gets it, and whatever, the flint or something hot, it literally went perfectly up in the air. Went right into my flight suit and sat right here on my belly, and it was on fire. It was burning me, so I'm holding the MP5 fan. I've still got the shirt, still got the burn hole in it. I wear it every now and then to do yard work and stuff, but crazy stuff like that. There's been all kinds of things, but one of the big ones was it was the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas, Mexican Mafia. Aryan Brotherhood was doing dope deals with them. Aryan Brotherhood brutally murders a Mexican Mafia guy on the beach north of South Padre Island, where you can drive, but there's nothing out there. Slit his throat wide open, filled his throat with sand. So San Antonio is building all this stuff. The case team's building all these warrants and stuff. So we go to San Antonio. They're tracking the phone, I guess. We go to San Antonio. We tape everything off. We're doing walkthroughs all day because we're supposed to be hitting a compound, and it was a compound, like a house. They built another room. You walk into a room and you go, okay, it's clear. Wait a minute, there's a door. You have nothing, something completely different. Like they just kept building, and like construction wise, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? But we got there. We wake up the next morning. Somebody wasn't following the phone. The phone is now in Corpus Christi, which is Houston Division. We call the SAC's like, look, our SWAT teams, they can't make it in time. If you want to bring your team, so we all do a conga line to Corpus Christi, meet that SAC, go. We shotgun breach that door, hit that, get that guy, and then they go, hey, San Antonio says if you can make it back before the sun goes down, you can hit the compound. So we haul all the way back to San Antonio. We go right there, hit that place. And it was crazy. Compound, dogs running everywhere. We hit that, and now you're thinking, now your flight suit's just drenched, you know, and you take it off, and then they go, oh, you can go back. So now you're putting on that wet flight suit. You're like, this is nasty. So then I get back to McAllen. I go and grab something to eat. I come back. The beepers are all going off. The last guy was at South Padre Island. Put the wetsuit back on. Go straight to South Padre Island, post up at Coast Guard, and get the last guy. Nice. And that, again, was before smartphones could tell you on Google Maps that there's a good food place here. So you're just in a conga line on the highway. You get off, and it's a crappy gas station with the crappiest food. And we're like, this is it. You know, eat a honey bun, whatever. And then you get in the cars, and we're all going out, and the next exit has like a Chick-fil-A, and you're like, if only there was such a thing as a smartphone. But yeah, that's just crazy stuff. But a lot of team stuff, and I mean, man, we've done it. Ladder assaults, and you practice everything. It's good. It was good.
Awesome. Well, dude, thank you for coming out here and doing this. Like, seriously, it was an honor to have you, man. This has been awesome. Like I said, I could talk to you for several more hours, but we got to get you to your speech in the city.
Next speech, yeah.
Yeah. So tell people where they can find you, where they can find the book.
So I'm Instagram, Scott Payne Big Country, and that's the same thing at Scott Payne Big Country for X and LinkedIn. But the book, audiobook's what kind of kicked us. A lot more people are into the audio stuff. But like I said, two Wednesdays ago, we made New York Times bestseller list. And the audiobook, the book itself, Amazon, just if you go on Amazon, make sure it's my picture and my book, because there's some scams on there where they take AI, but the scams are like a workbook for $15. Don't worry about that. Or you can just go to Simon & Schuster or go to your local bookstore. But anywhere you can download audio, it's right there, man. You can get the book. I did it. It's my voice too. I did it. I don't think it comes across as good of a conversation as this, but it comes across way better than somebody who's not me reading it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was the first one I'd done. So, but yeah, the book and it's anywhere you want to get it, man.
Yeah, man. The book is excellent. Highly recommend it. Well deserved. Congratulations on bestseller. But yeah, dude, you're the man. You've had a crazy life, and thank you for coming out here again.
An honor. Boom.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for taking the time to watch the interview. If you got anything out of this video at all, please like the video, leave me a comment, tell me what you thought of the video, tell me who you'd like to see on the show. I really appreciate the support. It goes a long way on these platforms, as you guys know. Most importantly, I have some excellent interviews coming up in the future that I'm really, really excited about. So please subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of them. But that's it. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it, and hope to see you again soon.